sitting is resumed. Prior to the suspension for lunch, this honorable chamber was debating the budgetary proposal and financial statements for 2026. We return to those. Honorable members for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to all members, to those of you joining us online, and equally to all my constituents in St. Philip South, my campaign team, who stood the test of time with me over 3 successive and successful elections, to have allowed me to become the first Barbados Labour Party Member of Parliament to have won 3 consecutive elections in St. Philip South. And I don't take that lightly, Mr. Speaker, because traditionally we know the terrain in St. Philip South, and those who would have boasted of being better than I am didn't perform as well. So I speak specifically to St. Philip South. The member that you referred to is from St. Philip North, or was from St. Philip North, because he's now happy in this city. But Mr. Speaker, I also want to join the refrain in congratulating the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, the Honourable Minister of Finance, who stood, to my mind, on his own, with his own thinking and his own perspectives on what is required to deliver to Barbadians, who came out in their large numbers to support us as a party to form this government by giving us every single seat available. And Mr. Speaker, I do really compliment the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, because what he demonstrated to me I would classify it would be in the realm of the late, Right Excellent Walton Barrow, the Tom Adams, Owen Arthur, and ministers of finance of that elite group. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I fully support these measures, and I stand here betwixt and between, as my grandmother would say, as I address what I consider to be an understanding of the global economic structure, the space that we have to exist in, Mr. Speaker, and therefore the mindset of Barbadians and the expectations that will come upon us as a government, having to manage an economy not only facing the Middle East war and what will likely to become another oil crisis, but equally that we have a mindset among people that believe that they must criticize. And I strongly believe within free enterprise and a working democracy, people have the right to criticize. And why I will never be offended by critique, I strongly believe that we also need to contextualize this environment that this government has been asked to exist in since we became government in 2018. And I really and truly believe, Mr. Speaker, if we were to go back to the days of feudalism, when power resided in the hands of people who own land, and that they themselves leveraged political power and economic power, and that coming out of that, you had the industrialization process, where you had a breakdown of feudalism moving into what we now call capitalism. A weak fella that is extremely vulnerable, as we have seen over and over, And I've already said in this parliament that capitalism is so vulnerable that one day it may fall on its face and never get back up. And that then brings me to the point that there are only two real powerhouses in all of this struggle. And those two who will continue to jostle not only for economic power, but for that fiat power, the currency of exchange in the world, will continue to bind us and place us in a position where we only follow. Barbados is in no position to dictate. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded, and I always like to refer to The Matrix as a movie because I've gone on record in saying it's not just a movie, it's a documentary about exactly what we are facing today. One, Matrix 1. 2 was all of the AI and all the other things that went along with it that people chose to ignore. But the Matrix itself, a man being able to dodge a bullet, is common language for us. But we've seen it in real action. But that is not really the crux of the matter, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Matrix has come alive and has left us all wanting. Mr. Speaker, Morpheus, being the mentor to Neo, invited Neo to remove himself from the prison of his mindset to face a real reality. And that we must also remove ourselves from the prison of a mindset to face the reality that confronts us. And that is the reason why, if nothing else, I give full credit to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. Well, Mr. Speaker, it goes beyond that, because Morpheus himself invited Neo to see reality as a desert, a place where you look out and see no hope, and that in so doing, he invited him to examine what is reality. And that reality for him was between a choice of blue and red. Can you imagine that? That the science behind all of this was that if you choose blue, you continue in the illusion that occupies your mind. But that if you were to choose red, you open yourself to a reasoning and a philosophy that allows you to see reality. It is there, Mr. Speaker, in Matrix. Mr. Speaker, I think that the country itself perhaps followed Morpheus' advice to Neo, and that is why there are 30 of us in here to be able to invite people to see what reality really looks like. But if I were to describe, Mr. Speaker, what Morpheus considered reality to be, he said it is merely an electrical signal interrupted by your brain. Let's think about that for a moment. It is merely an electrical signal that is interrupted by your brain. I can't do it for you, you can't do it for me. And that your reality becomes what you interpret, whatever your situation to be. And that we as a party have been given a clear mandate by the people of this country to be able to unpack life's reality, given all that is taking place, to be able to produce for them the solutions that are needed for this environment. Mr. Speaker, I take you to the Industrial Revolution, sir, where when there was the breakaway from feudalism, they had the emergence of kings and queens, and that kind of liberalism that pervaded earth and ruled mankind found its way from the ownership and power with land to ownership and power with wealth, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that wealth in itself was always publicly accumulated through what we call profits in the industrialized era, to a stage where, Mr. Speaker, that wealth when collected is publicly collected in the form of profits, but privately distributed, Mr. Speaker. That is why you have to be able to understand what we have been called to power to do. This is no easy walk for this government, Mr. Speaker, because the duty falls to us to break down capitalism, to move out of that industrialized mindset which has already served its purpose to enfranchise Barbadians in a way that they have not seen it before. It therefore means that we need a bold administration, sir, one that I stand bold to say the economic structure in this country cannot remain. And for us, as a party and a government that has been able to convince the electorate of this country that on 3 occasions we are suitable for the job, we must then bring the suitable solutions. And Mr. Speaker, in my speech, sir, I want to make it abundantly clear that I support every single measure in the budget. But fundamentally, sir, I support those measures that give people greater disposable income. And Mr. Speaker, I believe we are duty-bound to frame the conversation around that. People call it money in your pocket. I don't. It, for me, Mr. Speaker, represents disposable income that allows for a man to choose whether he wants to put that money in investment, whether he wants to put it in a lifestyle, whether he wants to support 5 or 6 women, whether he wants to have a big family. Disposable income must be at the core of everything we do. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if today we have found within the ranks of our cabinet and this parliament an unsung hero, then we must give credit where it's due, and we must give that credit to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, who has delivered, to my mind, one of the best budgets that has passed through this chamber, this honourable chamber, for the times, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we are existing in. And that whilst there have been great budgetary proposals in the past, Mr. Speaker, the one that stands out with me, sir, is the fact that we had times in our existence where all Barbadian prime ministers performed well. But, Mr. Speaker, if you were to take the transition into capitalism, which started up the industrialized era, steamships, railway, telecommunications, all those things, Barbados was but a colony, sir. And therefore, that duty fell on Grantley Adams to move this country in line with what is taking place under the mother country. And that under Grantley Adams, whilst the process had begun, the late, right, excellent Earl Walton Barra continued that work. Mr. Speaker, that was the Adams-Barra era. Then came another era where the world had transitioned, even though we were doing well with tourism, sir, transitioned to the point where tourism was not your only option. And that we found within Barbados the option, sir, to go and look at what informatics can do for this country and create an offshore sector under Owen Arthur, where companies domiciled here and brought foreign direct investment to this country, sir. That was the Owen Arthur era, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, we are living in a time now where we have had a pandemic that shut down this country. We are living at a time now where there's war that we must accept will continue based on the global face-off that is taking place, Mr. Speaker, but given the personalities involved as well. and that this Barbados Labour Party and this government, sir, will now find itself having to address what is clearly can become an oil crisis again, as we've had to face in the 70s, sir, and that our country itself will stand the test of time if we don't take action. Taking action like hedging oil at $92 per barrel is one of the major steps that we have taken, sir, to make sure that we protect Barbadian consumers. Mr. Speaker, taking action now to make sure that renewable energy becomes a hard reality in Barbados, and that it must take the lead in everything we do in this country, sir. And I speak, sir, purely because I understand the dynamics of business. And Mr. Speaker, I am telling you that I place firmly on record that fossil fuels and all those rest of things will continue to dictate what this world looks like until small island states like us determine that the sun that we have been blessed with and the wind that we have been blessed with will make a difference for us by its advancing renewable energy that we are responsible for, that we must deliver, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that whilst it is true that there will always be a dependency on fossil fuels, sir, this country must be the model for the region. And to some extent, Mr. Speaker, sir, for South-South cooperation as well. That we must carve out our space to show the rest of the world that whilst everything is going on around us, we still have leadership that matters for these times. And I strongly believe in the leadership of this government. I strongly believe in all of my colleagues who serve in cabinet with me, and I strongly believe in all of us who come to this parliament to represent the people of this country, who have stated in no uncertain terms that we are the best for the job. Mr. Speaker, Morpheus said to Neo that he is consumed and connected to a constructed, computer-generated dream world, hiding the truth of humanity. And in so doing, his mind has been enslaved. That is why he was invited to understand true reality. Mr. Speaker, many minds are still enslaved today. And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that our duty is to help deliver them, sir. Mr. Speaker, I know, and you know, and all of us in this chamber would understand what it is like to be able to attract investment to this country, just like the late Owen Arthur did in the Arthur's era. But Mr. Speaker, sir, technology now must be the way that we drive and grow our economy. And that just as capitalism emerged in an industrialized construct, technology now is taking us to the cloud. And that when you have to upload something to the cloud, Mr. Speaker, you're not now talking about tangible things. You're not talking about machines, and all those things that drove profit, sir, are now being fast replaced by uploading to the cloud. And that we must find a metric, Mr. Speaker, that allow us to balance between what is going to continue to be driven through machinery and what we will drive through technology, to give us an opportunity to see how technology can also bring along our country and our people. And our conversation, Mr. Speaker, in agriculture, that continues to be an old, worn-out, beaten conversation about growth in agriculture without recognizing the reality of growth in agriculture resides in the use of technology, is a conversation to say let's continue to use steamships and rails and all those things rather than modernize the structure under which we want to get that growth. And that has always been my position. I do not confuse, Mr. Speaker, what is required for us to be able to transition agriculture to what it should be. But I am no longer Minister of Agriculture, but I will retain a voice in what takes place in the sector because I understand the importance of having the ability to upload to the cloud. And I, Mr. Speaker, will not be fooled. I have to recognize that this era is the motley era. Let us not fool ourselves that we are existing in a time where the current leader of this party and the current leader of this government has been asked to be able to deliver a country through an exact crisis period. And I speak to an affordability crisis that people call cost of living crisis. Frankly, for me, it's an affordability crisis because it does not just impact the poor. And that conversation we must be able to address. We have to frame this conversation where it really needs to be anchored, that the middle class also is being impacted. And the upper middle class and people like me and you, sir, will continue to feel the pressure when we go into the supermarket. It's not just about the poor. And therefore, this has to be summed up as an affordability crisis, Mr. Speaker, and therefore is not a Barbados thing only. An affordability crisis impacts the entire globe, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to be firm, sir. How much time do I have? Because I feel that I can give a lecture on this.
10 more minutes.
And Mr. Speaker, I want to be firm in saying to this honorable chamber that persons who are within an income group that is below minimum or within minimum wage, persons who are currently getting a $1,300 reverse tax credit in this time where we are facing what I just defined as an affordability crisis, sir, need greater disposable income. And that we were on platforms right across this country night after night after night, telling people that we will bring a manifesto that is fit for purpose, one that is suitable, Mr. Speaker, for the environment that we're in, and that I'm glad to see that in this budget, that $1,300 reverse tax credit is now going to be $1,700. That is what I call giving people greater disposable income. Mr. Speaker, we have people who are within the income group up to $35,000 per annum who will receive their tax credits, but, Mr. Speaker, a reverse tax credit of $750 as well. That is catering to the middle class income at the lower middle end. But at the same time, you can't say that the budget did not take into consideration the people who are above the poverty line and those people who hitherto will fall down to the poverty line if they don't give the assistance that has been given in this budget. Mr. Speaker, you can talk about criticizing the budget because you want to have a voice. I hear you, I understand you, I get where you're coming from. But as I said, your reality must be anchored in what has been delivered by those electrical signals that have been sent to your brain. Because you cannot tell me that in an environment like this, where I've demonstrated clearly how wealth dominates, and that wise profits are publicly accumulated and privately shared or distributed, that the duty and responsibility to any caring government is about putting disposable income in people's hands. Mr. Speaker, it is not for us in Barbados to sit and wait for the outcome. We must be proactive. And Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest piece of music I've heard was the adaptation of a speech given by Haile Selassie that was immortalized, I would say, I would be bold to say, immortalized in music by the late Robert Nesta Marley, Bob Marley as we know him to be. And that the language, Mr. Speaker, that has been adopted to create what is clearly a message from Haile Selassie to us must be one that we fully interpret and understand. That when he says, until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, everywhere there will be war. Sir, this peace represents all that is taking place right now around us, sir. And Mr. Speaker, I've come to tell you that if this administration is not mindful, we can find ourselves being easily sidetracked. And that what we have done this week on Monday has demonstrated clearly to this country that here is a government under leadership that actually cares about every citizen of this country. Mr. Speaker, you have pensioners who have complained to me, I must tell you, when traversing my constituency, pensioners, several of them, especially females, have said to me, what is this government going to do for pensioners? And the fact that you can take the burden of pensions so that people who can feel a sense of relief by having the burden removed from pensions in terms of tax in the group just of 50,000 and up, sir, is something being done. But, Mr. Speaker, there are those people who have never contributed to NIS. There are those people who benefit from a non-contributory pension, Mr. Speaker, and that there has been no discrimination against anyone, and that people will benefit from a $1,200 annual credit, Mr. Speaker, is again speaking to how you can place disposable income in the hands of people. Mr. Speaker, just for the records, in reading the budget, it speaks to income year 2025 for reverse tax credit. Sir, that means people filing for income year 2025 will be able to benefit right away. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Barbadians like to be able to carve out conversations that, first of all, gives them a voice. Let's accept that. But at the same time, seek to address things in a manner that Morpheus would have been completely disturbed, that you do not recognize what is reality, sir. And that, yes, there has been a call for people to take public transportation in a small island developing state like ours, where we must provide, through state funds, public transportation for people. But that we know there are individuals in this country, as I speak, who are very happy to take their last dollar and purchase a vehicle rather than take public transportation. Not that the transportation provided through the state is that bad.
I remember you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the individualism in all of us, that instant gratification, the feeling of I belong, and I must be seen. Here am I, driving my own car, I own my wheels. Here's the key, is the culture of a country that we must accept. And therefore, I fully support the capping of gasoline at 47 cents, which means that the government forgoes 53 cents, and that the capping of diesel at 37 cents, Mr. Speaker, means that the government forgoes 63 cents, are all initiatives that I support fully, because I am never going to be one to drive a car but tell you don't drive one. And that your decision has to be built around how you feel and how you are able to adjust your life to suit. Mr. Speaker, before I give way, I just want to say there are 3 outstanding matters in my constituency.
Honourable member, if you can get them done within 1 minute.
They will be done, sir, and I'm obliged to you. The playing field at Jenswick, which I raised in the when the minister was in the well of Parliament, was promised to the people of Jenswick during the 2018 election. I want it delivered this year. The pavilion at Victoria Club, I want that delivered this year. And Falbay Beach, which the people of St. Philip came out in large numbers and support me for having it started, where the former minister at MTW and the Minister of the Environment, former, both worked together with me. I got the roads. My ministerial colleague, Christchurch East West Central, and St. Michael East, Southeast, worked with me to get Falbay started. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to the people of St. Philip South to continue to deliver those, just as they delivered me to be part of this government as a member of this Barbados Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, first allow me to give God thanks for He is good and His love endures. I also want, with equal gusto, to thank the leader of the Christchurch team for doing that which he has done on 3 occasions consecutively, and that is to deliver all 5 seats for Christchurch. I heard him made a statement earlier that he has another 2 elections, and I'm saying to him, don't cave in by any stretch of imagination. And equally, I want to thank the good people, those who are geographically placed in the epicenter of Christchurch, the people from Christchurch West Central, who have admitted to me and themselves that the medicine is indeed working. And you don't throw away gold for glitter. And that is something that the old folk will tell you. Mr. Speaker, equally, and I am saying so with every sinew of my being, I want to especially thank my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East Central, who is a brother to me in terms of constituency boundaries, for delivering what I will call a homogeneous budget, one that was able to balance fiscal and social responsibility as a government while ensuring at the same time that there's equal emphasis on growth, innovation, development, albeit that we are faced with the uncertainty as it relates to our geopolitical external situation, of course, with the threat of an ensuing war. Mr. Speaker, if I was to describe my friend from Christchurch East Central, I would say on Monday, he became a political funambulist. He was able to balance in a special way that which is needed to protect the most vulnerable, and equally ensuring that we have the growth and development so that Barbados could survive the test of time. So to him, I want to say a special appreciation from the armed forces of Christchurch. Mr. Speaker, sir, when only a month ago, I was given a new mandate. At the swearing-in ceremony, there was atmospheric noise from my colleagues. Atmospheric noise when I became Minister of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. And one would wonder why it was that type of vocal activity. But I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I make no apologies. Ms. Elaine is here at 86 years old to witness that there is a special love and association with those who live in the twilight of their years. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say that my colleagues often refer to me, even before, as the de facto minister of the elderly. And I am happy today to say that I connect and speak their language, Mr. Speaker, and I will be here to represent them in unreserved way. Mr. Speaker, I happened to get a call from another gentleman, 88 years old, last night. And I will not call his name, but his surname is the opposite of old. And if you look at his victories over the last couple of years, well, has been over 20 years or so now, in the senior games, you will recognize that if you take the Y off of victory, you will understand what his first name is. But this gentleman was adamant to me, and rightfully so, that my colleagues must not refer to the senior or the elderly in this country as old men and old women. He is having none of that, and he told me to tell the entire country that that will not be the order of the day as it relates to how we are able to represent those persons who exist in the twilight years. And I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, I want to give him the calm and rested assurance today that the senior games under my watch, and I want to now, with the same voice, equally thank the former Minister of People Affairs, of People Empowerment, Elder Affairs, my good friend from St. Michael South, who did a tremendous job in ensuring that these people have a voice and a space in Barbados. And I want to personally thank him for the excellent job that he did thus far. Mr. Speaker, sir, and I want to give the assurance to all those in earshot that the senior games will be a reality under my watch, understanding, of course, that we must involve those persons in the conversation. So I'll be having the conversation over the next couple of weeks with those who are intimately involved in the games to ensure that the games are bigger, better, and fit for purpose. And I also want to give the commitment as the minister for this ministry to say to those persons who qualify, the government will support their activities when they represent us on the international sphere. This is very important to me. Mr. Speaker, over the last couple of months, you would probably have heard about SEA. Not C, although we are providing the lifeline as a ministry. We are giving persons the opportunity to swim to social and economic growth and development in the sector. But you would have heard about SEA, the Social Empowerment Agency, an agency which, by all stretch of imaginations, has brought all the different social units together so that the services, the much-needed services, could be delivered to those persons in the sector where it matters most, at their homes. So we have basically decentralized and allow the agencies to have the satellite offices so that the services could be delivered to persons in their geographical spaces. I want to report, Mr. Speaker, today that we have started, and there was the first launch in the Six Roads area in the constituency of St. Philip West, where we started our first satellite center and our first social agency unit for our elderly population and all those that fall in the sector. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is going to be open over the next couple of weeks in Southern Plaza in the constituency of Christchurch South, and the third one in Benton, St. Lucie. Mr. Speaker, these agencies, these units, are supposed to be able to deliver for all the categories of persons who reach out to us for their services. And we are saying that this amalgamation is the perfect realization for those persons who operate in the sector, and allowing them to finally have an outlet so that their concerns could be heard. Mr. Speaker, we have the One Family, and you would have heard about that. The One Family unit, which is supposed to be responsible to ensure that 1,000 persons within the family structure, 1,000 families who are in dire need, are able to be looked after. And we have said that we started with 1,000. The numbers will definitely go up. I want to report today, so far, that this unit and agency has so far seen and helped 948 persons. 948 persons in terms of giving them the training, the wherewithal to be able to improve their life, because one of the most important aspects of this project is to allow persons to move from dependency to a sense of empowerment. And that is what we have done so far. I want to report to the country as well that since the project started, we have put 246 persons to work. We have employed, whether it's by direct employment through the various government agencies and private sector, or by recommendations using different outlets, we have engaged over 240 persons thus far in terms of employment, giving them the wants and lifetime opportunity to earn their own living and have that sense of independence. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to say that the HIV and the HIV Commission, we have now improved and opened up the mandate to include health and wellness, because we understand that nutrition, health, and wellness must be an important part of the conversation as it relates to persons suffering with HIV illness. Mr. Speaker, and another department that is doing tremendous work in the ministry is the Department for Gender Affairs, where we recognize that internationally there's this big word, and this big phrase called just transitioning, but it means absolutely nothing if women continue to be subject to domestic violence, if they continue to be only in a shot, but not in the lived reality of getting jobs and opportunities like every other person, if they continue, over 42 or 43% of them continue to be single parents in the household, we are saying that the word means absolutely nothing. Just transitioning can only mean something to the women in Barbados if they are given equal opportunity to be part of any development, whether it is moving from linear to circular economy or any other that would improve their lives and allow them to put money in their pockets to support themselves and their family. So the conversation, Mr. Speaker, in the gender affairs in that department is to allow women to have equal space. And the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South worked tremendously in terms of ensuring that at the United Nations, that the women in this country have a voice, an equal voice, as it relates to them having a tangible stake in what is rightfully theirs. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, the work in the ministry speaks volume, but it can only happen if it is buttressed with the finances. And that is what the budget gave life to on Monday. It allowed us to be able to create the good Barbados and the good society that we know we have as a country once every single person work together. And Mr. Speaker, I must be the first to tell you before I go in to my other category, which is elder affairs. I must be the first to tell you that I say an abhorrent no to any abuse, verbal, physical, emotional, towards our elderly population. Mr. Speaker, it has been an albatross around every single government in this country. The granny dumping that we hear about, the abuse on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, must become a thing of the past. I want to submit today to you and to all those in listening scope of my voice that over the next couple of weeks we will bring the older care and protection legislation to bear in this August chamber. Legislation that will ensure that we are able to protect our elderly, that there are facilities with the right mandate to care for them, and that any abuse will be met with penalties of up to $100,000 or 5 years imprisonment or both. That is how serious we are in terms of protecting our elderly population. We are moving apace to ensure that the elderly has the protection that they deserve. We are moving. And I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that it brings tears to my eyes when only recently I saw a video with an elderly man being abused. The wanton display from persons in society who should be looking for our elderly, for guidance, for mentorship. This is not the Barbados that we know should exist. I am saying that if we can't speak to our young people and have the conversations and ensure that they do the right thing, then the legislation will work. It's unfortunate that we have come to this as a country. But the moral compass is shifting, Mr. Speaker. And this is where the conversation must happen within the family. Because it's not only the abuse that we are looking at and that we have our microscope soundly attached to, but, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it's abandonment. It's abandonment. And oftentimes we can't understand how persons would abandon their family members, their parents, their mother and their father. Sometimes it's hard for us to digest, but it is a real threat and a real reality faced with our elderly. And sometimes when you do your checks, because the social workers often report, they recognize that the family, and most of the time the families, have the wherewithal to take care of the elderly population. They have the wherewithal. It's an unfortunate situation that we are faced with, Mr. Speaker, but I'm saying equally, we are prepared to legislate, because if you harm one elderly person in this country, to me, you have destroyed the social fabric, that which has built Barbados and has given us the reputation as being one of the best countries in the Western Hemisphere. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be on the front foot with it. I am saying now to Barbadians, take notice, because there's not only going to be a lot of long talk, there's going to be action that will ensure that the elderly is protected in this country. And more so, Mr. Speaker, the budget spoke to the fact that the pensionable, the taxable allowance for the pensioners will be raised to $75,000. It spoke to the fact that once a person has reached the age of 65, whether they had national contributions or not, that once they turn up at the NISS with an ID card, they will be able to give the cost allowance, the living cost credit of $100 per month for a period of 12 months. That is what it spoke to. We have already said that we will be having the build out of residential facilities across Barbados for elderly population. I want to submit to you, Mr. Speaker, today that we already started our work at the Sterling facility in St. Philip. We have workers in St. George identified. The draftsmen and architects did majority of the work for the Edgehill St. Thomas facilities that will ensure that there are mental areas that will deal with mental health needs and health issues. There are areas that will deal with disabilities, areas within those facilities that will look at health in general, podiatry, etc., and that there would be areas for recreational purposes for our elderly population. So we're bringing a holistic type of recreational facility to ensure that the lives of the elderly population in this country are enhanced. And this is something that this government has committed to over and over again. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to also say that the elderly population, there's some things that I have in my mind, and thanks to D2, some persons may know him as our guy on social media. Everybody knows D2. And I want to say that over the last couple of days, he has reached out to me with some ideas for elderly in terms of creating that elder hotline where persons can call in voluntarily, form part of a group within communities and decide we are checking on our elderly. And after there, you, Mr. Speaker, decide to call. The next day, the Member of Parliament for St. James South may call and says, I'm checking on you, Ms. Hoyt, how are you keeping today? Is everything okay? And we have that communication going. Those are the type of ideas that persons are bringing to me in Barbados, and how we ensure that the stories and those lived experiences from our elderly are televised on TV, where we have those sessions. I know the former Member of Parliament for St. Thomas started those one-on-one sessions going around and having the conversations with our elderly, and put those things on TV so our young people can enjoy that which became a very important part of life back then, and to be able to draw from those experiences so we can have, because most of the times what those persons forget is what we now have to learn and ensure that it becomes an equal part of our being in terms of producing the good Barbadian that I spoke of earlier. Mr. Speaker, and then there's persons living with disabilities. I want to say, and I have received certain calls over the last couple of weeks about the blind competition that those persons in that sphere would be accustomed to. I am saying today that the competition will happen. It has been postponed, but it will happen under my watch. And I want to give those persons the calm assurance today that the government will support the holding of the blind calypso competition. And I know that Mr. DJ, who sits in Silver Hill, Christchurch, will be happy to hear that after being the champion on 6 occasions consecutively, that the competition will become a reality, and we will be a partner with the association to ensure it happens. There is an axiom which states, nothing for us without us. It means that those persons living with disabilities, the conversation to us is that you cannot make any decisions unless you involve us. And that is why I want to thank again the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South for starting the audit in all government buildings, Mr. Speaker, sir, including Parliament. You would have seen that the repainted, disabled parking lot 2 were done over the last couple of days. I am saying to you, this Parliament must be retrofitted as well with disabled facilities for persons with disability. It is a mandate of this government. And I'm saying to you, you may see some changes, Mr. Speaker. The drawings are in already, and we are going around government department by government department. But we are doing this with the quiet guidance of the Council for the Disabled and those persons involved. So the conversations must now happen, because nothing for them unless you include them. And that is the mantra that we must run with as a government. And I'm saying to them, let us have the conversations, because they must tell us what they want. This is their lives. This is for them. They must be able to have the conversation with us. So, Mr. Speaker, even the recreational facilities that we are having in terms of our sidewalks and how we reposition Bridgetown and rehabilitate it for our disabled community, our persons with disabilities. That must be a conversation that involves those persons as well.
So even has 5 more minutes.
Even the sidewalk project that we are doing, Mr. Speaker, must involve those persons, and they must have an equal voice. And I'm sure they're going to have the conversations with me and the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South in terms of how we are going to ensure that what they require is what they get in terms of the $600,000 project. The swimming project, Mr. Speaker, you heard the Member of Parliament for Christchurch Essential spoke of it, the importance of having given those persons the opportunity to learn to swim like everybody else. I am saying now that the sea and all swimming facilities must be accessible for those persons with disabilities. Like anybody else in Barbados, the beach must belong to them. When Gabby signed this song, it means the disabled community as well. And we are saying that the government investing $450,000 is money well spent in ensuring that these persons are given the opportunity to swim. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that persons with disabilities are an equal part of the society. They must be given opportunities to work, and workplaces must be put on notice. I heard Member of Parliament for St. Peter spoke out already in terms of ensuring that we have the facilities and that there is no discrimination as it relates to how we engage those persons. They must be able to sit on boards. We have this person with disabilities in the Senate, and I want to thank the Member of Parliament for St. Michael Northeast for championing and leading the charge as it relates to ensuring that persons with disabilities have a voice and space in this country. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Christchurch Essential went through a whole list of things as it relates to what we are going to give those persons, how we have raised the benefits by 30% since March the 1st, how we are going to ensure that from April the 1st of this year, that they are going to have a allowance, a credit grant of $100 a month for the next 12 months. These are the things that we are going to do to ensure that those persons are not left out as it relates to having a tangible stake in this country, because we believe that persons with disabilities are just as important as every single person else. And Mr. Speaker, you could remember that we also increased the categories over the last couple of months for those persons with special needs. And we moved the categories from those suffering with autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, to any person who has a disability. Any person who has a disability, once it debilitates them, once it prevents them from doing their physical chores in a way that other persons would. So anything that prevents them from carrying out their normal activities because of physical challenge, we are saying that there must be part of the special grants as well. Mr. Speaker, sir, for the first time, probably in the world, we have allowed children, not only adults, to be allowed this special payment through the NISSS. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that we are doing to show we are a government that cares. And we will continue to do them too under the watchful leadership of the Member of Parliament for St. Michael Northeast. Mr. Speaker, in closing, Hubert Humphrey, and I don't know if there's any lineage to the former minister, the minister in this ministry which I now sit, once said, the former Vice President of America, that the moral test of any government is how it treats its most vulnerable. Hubert Humphrey, the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South, is laughing. I don't know if there's any lineage. He once said it. The moral test of any government is how it treats its most vulnerable, those in the dawn of their lives. This budget spoke to the fact that we are going to take care of our children. It has put measures in place. Mr. Speaker, those in the twilight of their lives. I just spoke about the elderly and what we'll be doing to ensure that they have a tangible stay and they can live in the good Barbados and the good society that we are creating. And of course, those in the shadows of their lives, the persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit to you today and to the rest of Barbados that we, as a government, we have shown by our action and our commitment that we have not only passed the proverbial moral litmus test. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say to you and the entire Barbados that we have surpassed it, and this budget has allowed us to say in one loud voice that Barbados can become the good Barbados, the good society, and the good people that we know exists within it. I am saying to you, Mr. Speaker, I want to recommit this budget to the people of Barbados and to say to the Member of Parliament for Christchurch Essential, job well done. I'm obliged.
Honourable for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, it is my distinct pleasure to actually contribute to this budget debate. I want to join everybody who's spoken by commending the Honourable Member for Christchurch Essential for his erudite, thoughtful, and simple presentation of the budget. I think, sir, that this is probably going to go down as one of the most critical budgets that we've ever had presented, and probably one of the most challenging budgets to prepare. Why do I say that, sir? I know that coming on to the end of last year, as we were getting ready for elections, and the Minister of Finance was advising us that we had this record amount of quarters of consecutive growth, and we were doing well, and we had a bumpy year, and the tax take in the corporate sector was well, the economy was buoyant. We were looking forward, sir, to the elections because we had a good record to run on. Ours was not a record that we had to run from. And we were looking forward to being able to make promises that we could keep. One of the things that we did last election, sir, was we didn't just present a manifesto as is done by everybody. I mean, even the Dems had a manifesto. But, sir, we also presented a record of our achievements so that people could, on one hand, look at what we promised you, and on the other hand, look at what we'd actually accomplished. And I believe, sir, that our record of accomplishments were in excess of 70%. And if you think that it was a short term, had we run the term, all things being equal to its natural conclusion, that would have been up in 90%, sir, which is an amazing record for any government. Nobody expected on the 3rd of January to get the news that we got. That there was an incursion into the country, there was regime change, oil supply was being threatened, and the world paused because nobody was expecting this. In one fell swoop, sir, in one fell swoop, the plank on which we had proposed to campaign and the ability to deliver on the promises that we had planned to campaign had to be paused, reflected on, re-reflected on, some of the promises adjusted, and us midstream having to come up with a realistic plan that we can put to the people of Barbados, still comfortable in the fact that we can fulfill our record of being honest and delivering on our promises. Everybody knows what happened in the election, sir. We went through the elections, we made our promises, we pointed to the uncertainty caused by the situation in Venezuela, that we were coming out of that things were looking good, things were stabilizing, and we were on a good path. And my good friend, the new Minister of Finance, set about crafting his budget. We set about thinking, what can we do to make life easier for the people of Barbados? We know we had the election promises, sir, where we promised to take care of the most vulnerable and let them feel the fact that, as the Prime Minister said, you're sharing in the burden, you're sharing the bounty. Let them have a share in the bounty. The Prime Minister, as well, sir, indicated that she does not recklessly make promises. Every promise that we made in the election campaign had been costed. We knew where the money was coming from. We knew exactly what it was we were prepared to spend to achieve the aims that we were putting out there in the election campaign. And she promised at that point in time that there was a plan for the middle class. Because, sir, in a lower economic bracket, nobody can complain that their concerns were addressed in the election run-up. We put out there earlier clock. The budget was dribbled out in pieces, sir, in the election campaign, so that those persons who were among the most vulnerable knew what to expect and what was in it for them. What could they look forward to come immediate and the new financial year? And the Prime Minister at the time made a promise, and she put it on the shoulders of the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, that come the budget, he will tell the middle class what was in store for them. We would have costed it. We would know exactly where it's coming from. It would not be a pie in the sky promise, but it would be something that we could deliver. And as I said, sir, we were now getting to grips and coming to grips with the situation in Venezuela and planning around that. And then what happened, sir? Then what happened? Before the announcement of the budget, 3 weeks ago, sir, came the news that the world was plunged into a new war. And this war, I've watched this thing, sir, every single day. I used to be the minister responsible for information, and I guess it's hard sometimes to take off one jacket and put on another one. So I find myself still watching all the news, all the blogs. I find myself at least 10 times a day Googling Iran to see what new has happened, what developments have come about. And it's against this backdrop that the Honourable Member, the Minister of Finance, had to deliver this budget. Understand, sir, he had already made promises. Promises were made to the most vulnerable that we had to deliver on. And a promise was made to the middle class that we had not forgotten you and we will take care of you. It was against that backdrop that he had to come here on Monday and tell Barbados what does the next year look like. Sir, I have heard the accounting firms, the big accounting firms, weigh in on the budget. I must commend them, sir, because quite frankly, their ability to deliver the structured analysis that they did by the next morning following the budget, sir, every year amazes me. But almost to affirm, they pretty much said this was the best that can be done in the circumstances. You gave, but you held back some. You had to be responsible, but you gave hope. Some questioned exactly where the funds were coming from to deliver on the promises, but nobody said it was not an imaginative budget. It was not a budget that tried the best in the circumstances, and they all acknowledge, sir, that we are heading into perilously uncertain times. Then came the analysis from the Democratic Labour Party, which I will say, sir, for the most part was fair. They found themselves in the unenviable position of having to admit that we had done well, having to admit that there was something in there for everybody, but they had to try to put an objection up. But the bottom line is, sir, it is unanimous that the Minister of Finance delivered in the circumstances the best budget that could possibly be done for Barbados. I chose to not use my own words, sir. I'll read the intro for the executive budget summary as prepared by Deloitte. I can make it a document in your house, sir. There are a number of other ones. I'm just using this one. Barbados's 2026 budget is built around a fairly simple reality. The economy is stronger than it was, but it is not insulated. Growth has continued. Reserves remain solid. Unemployment is low, and the fiscal position is more stable than in the crisis years. Yet, Barbados is still a small, open, import-dependent economy, which means oil prices, freight costs, geopolitical instability, and climate shocks remain capable of pushing through the domestic economy rather quickly. The budget, therefore, tries to do two things at once. It seeks to cushion the immediate effect of eternal cost pressures, while also pushing forward a broader agenda around productivity, diversification, security, and inclusion. But if that is not a compliment, sir, to start the rest of the analysis, I don't know what is. I did not envy my friend. Actually, sir, when the news of the war in Iran broke, I thought to myself, well, there goes everything. I'm not an economist, but I quite frankly could not see the way that he was going to pull a rabbit out of the hat again for it. But what he did, sir, was took the year in stages. No wild promises to cover the whole year. The things that we could cost that were within our control, the promises we could make, were made to cover a whole year. The ones that were dependent on outside influences, sir, we limited those to 3 months. In 3 months, we'll relook them again. But instead of sort of playing completely safe and not even attempting to give something, he said, we know we can manage it for 3 months. Let us think positive. Let us give it for the 3 months. Let us give, sir, the adjustments on fuel. Let us give the cap on VAT, again, in respect to fuel and other things. Let us give those things for 3 months, and let us see what the world is doing. Sir, the thing that has struck me, across the rest of the world, you are having developed countries now limiting people to a working week. I think somebody has now said people don't go to work on Wednesdays. Universities have been closed to cut transportation costs. The embargoes have been lifted on Russia in relation to their oil. And now, sir, if we didn't think we were juggling enough, no statements have been made in respect of possible incursions into Cuba. So we are nowhere near where we were, sir, even at the beginning of this year. We were not. The world, sir, as we know it, is different from it was this time last week. And this time last week, it was different from it was 2 weeks ago. And 2 weeks ago, it was different from it was on the 3rd of January. When we went into elections, when we closed out 2025, when my friend, sir, started probably to do his budget, when we were closing out our estimates, the world was completely different. Maduro was the president of Venezuela. Cuba had electricity. They were struggling, but they still had electricity. Ayatollah was alive. The head of sir, a completely different world. The European Union and NATO were talking to the US. It's a different world. This budget, sir, has to be considered in light of all of that. Equally, sir, those who did not get the benefits that they got, that they expected to get, have also to manage their expectations. We're a government that does not just seek short-term plasters, but we have to manage and run a country in what are uncertain times. This budget, I tried to reduce things into It's a short word, sir. I mean, as a lawyer, when you're doing your argument, you try to give words that would sell your case. You say, use words like dishonest or honest, catastrophic, beneficial. For this budget, sir, stability, balance, responsible, and resilient are the ones that come to mind. This has something for everybody, sir. For those in the lower socioeconomic brackets, we have the improvements in welfare, the grants for welfare. We have the disability grants. We have reduced taxes on pensions. We have grants for pensioners or for persons of a certain age. For the middle class, sir, we reduce the taxes. We've expanded the threshold for property tax, so effectively you're paying less property tax. And we've put a cap on VAT at the pump. When I hear people say, this government has done nothing for the middle class, and I face that a lot in the elections, sir. This government has done nothing for the middle class. This government has done nothing for the people. If gas or the price of gas is reduced or capped, then that's a savings to you. So do you want your savings at the pump, or do you want your savings with a reduced income tax? Quite frankly, sir, if you save $100, you determine what you do with it. Whether you save it at the pump, whether you save it in income tax, whether it comes back to me as a grant, the fact is it's $100 that I would not have had otherwise. It is for me to decide how to apply that berry. And I heard in particular the opposition, as it then was, sir, because it can't be so reckless with words like opposition anymore. I heard the opposition as it then was speaking about we're no better off. Things are harder. Inflation has gone up. It has. That's one thing. One of the surest things in the world is inflation will go up, sir. But if we look at our progression for income tax since 2018, when we came in 2018, I think at the basic rate, income tax was 16.5%. So that's at the first, on the first $50,000, income tax was 16.5%. And at the higher rate, sir, at the top, past the $50,000, it was 33.5%. We reduced that, sir, on coming in from 16.5 basic rate to 12.5 basic rate. And from 33.5 at the top to 28.5 at the top. We reduced that again. No, sir, in these uncertain times with what is going on in the world, with us not knowing and being an oil-dependent, energy-dependent country, we reduced that again to 11.5% basic and 27.5% for the higher rate. So our reduction as a government over 7 years has actually been from 16.5% to 11.5% at the basic rate, and sir, at the top, from 33.5% to 27.5%. So while people may complain you got a reduction of 1% here, you got a reduction of 1% on income tax. But you picked up a lot of benefits at the pump. You picked up the benefits, sir, in the imports that you're doing, which are no tax-free, up to $200, I believe. There are a lot of other concessions, and a lot of little things were done that add up to savings, as opposed to risking it all and trying to pull it from one section. Because we are better able to manage small reductions across the entirety of the economy than we are trying to just say we reduce income taxes to people. I think that is responsible and well thought of. We're talking about hedging on oil. We hedged on the benefits that we gave to the people of Barbados. Sir, the other thing that I wish to talk, I want to talk about things, sir, that are actually affecting people as well. I noted in there that we're giving duty-free and VAT-free on surveillance equipment for farmers to protect their crops. Now, I'm going to raise this because this was raised with me today. I got a very, very long email that I sent on to the Prime Minister, I sent on to the Minister of Agriculture, I sent on to the Minister for Justice. A very long email that was sent to me by a farmer who keeps passing by Bussa every single morning. He's a cane farmer. And every single morning by Bussa, you see persons with trays piled high with cane neatly packaged. They have it in season, they have it out of season. They got a lot now. Sir, and I actually caught myself, I was about to stop and get some. I thought to myself, nah, I can't do that. I can't do that. We talk about petty larceny, and we like to talk about the poor black man, and I firmly back the poor black man. I'll come to the benefits of the poor black man a little bit further down. But when you preach the ethos and the gospel of the poor black man, think about if one poor black man robs somebody else systematically, day in, day out, every single day of the year, and profits from it, and that person closes down their business so that 100 poor black people don't have a job, who is one? I think we need to get serious, sir, in relation to petty larceny. Petty larceny, it sounds pretty, it sounds good, it sounds philosophical, it sounds honorable. Petty larceny is thieving. It is thieving. There is a difference, sir, between breaking a piece of cane. We all did it. I will actually exclude the ladies from this. But all of us fellas, sir, we used to set mongoose traps. We used to set traps for doves. We used to go and break cane. You go and you break a piece of cane or two, and when you went in the cane field, sir, you're frightened. You're frightened. You break the cane, you come out and you're peeping. And you run off with the one piece of cane you could carry. You don't go and rape acres of somebody's cane field. Because it doesn't stop there. It is an emboldening thing that says we don't respect the laws of Barbados. We don't respect other people's property. If you can thief canes, or you can thief mangoes, you can go and thief potatoes, you can go and thief everything. And then when we are now in a situation where we're trying to get people to grow our crops, become food secure, because we do not want the over-dependence on things coming from outside, especially in this global climate, we cannot be disincentivizing farmers by not prosecuting people for petty larceny. So, sir, I applaud what may seem like a simple measure in providing, in taking off the taxes off of surveillance equipment for persons, I think in households, sir, and also for farmers. Let's go, sir, to another one. In there was an incentive for persons, the government is trying to encourage persons to put dash cams in their cars. Encourage, not require, encourage. Because it's going to help solve accidents. You know what? The dash cam may pick up criminal activity. It's a resource for everybody. I, however, think, sir, we need to go a step further. I think dash cams and GPS should be mandatory for PSVs. Mandatory. We are now talking, the hot topic is violence and criminality and trying to get Barbados back to what we know it's supposed to be. We can't ignore, sir, the sector that seems to perpetuate a philosophy that the laws do not apply to us. We have talked about it for a long time, sir. We have tried to encourage, we've tried to engage, we've tried to educate, we've tried to negotiate, we've put things in it, we've danced all around it. Nobody can now say that the government has not bent over backwards to meet the PSV sector where it is. So I think we need now to take one further step. We need to take a further step and mandate, require. Sir, I'm not laying blame. I am saying that up to this point in time, we have tried. You don't try to get by force, sir, what you can get by agreement. We have tried to work with them. It is now at the point where it should be a requirement that they have the dash cams in facing forward, facing back. You want to see what's going on in PSV as well, sir. And that they are GPS. They have routes to run. They must be accountable for the persons they have in that van from the time they leave on their route to the time that they come back. I will say a lot more on that, but I wish to congratulate the Minister of Finance for actually putting that, sir, in. Sir, to me, one of the things that struck me the most, and I remember I was sitting next to my friend, sir, the member for St. Michael's South, when the announcement was actually made. And I said to him, you see, this is one of the things that's going to mean the most. The raising the threshold for the trust loans, sir, from $10,000 to $20,000. We are now saying to people, the world has changed. You grew up hearing, I want a government job. You grew up hearing, I want working school meals. You grew up hearing everything that pointed you towards government. Government was safety, government was security. We want to go and work in government because we can never get far. Sir, before I became a servant of the people I employed, I was self-employed as a lawyer, as most of us are. And there is a certain freedom in being able to see the direct results of what you put into a project. If I work for somebody else, sir, and I work at 150%, or I work at 20%, I can pull the paycheck until somebody realizes that you're working at 20% and fire you, at which point you're going trying to find another job. It is liberating to be able to control the amount of money that you make and it be directly linked to the effort that you put in.
Your member has 4 more minutes.
That's all right, sir. That's plenty of time. It be linked to the effort that you put into your business. I am encouraging Barbadians. Some have said that the threshold, when it was $5,000, was too low. You can do now with $5,000. Sir, most people can start or develop a business with $20,000. I am encouraging people, now back yourself. Constituents have come to me, sir, asked me for assistance in helping them to get their projects off the ground, get them to get something off the ground. And in many instances, when you point them in the direction of trust loans, their position is, but I can have to pay that back. We're talking straight. We are talking straight, sir. But if your plan is profit with no input, then your plan is doomed to fail and you will never be able to expand past a point. What the trust loans do is give you a loan, sir, with, I think it's almost zero interest. Minimal interest. Under terms that anybody can manage. If we've now raised it from a maximum of $10,000 to up to $20,000, sir, there is no excuse for all those young entrepreneurs who want to start a gardening business, who want to be a nail tech, who want to do hair, anything. If you're a small business, you can get your business off the ground with $20,000. And we now need a mind shift. The more self-sufficient we are, the less vulnerable we are to those external shocks caused by the wars going on all over the place. The more self-sufficient we are, sir, is the better position we are if the government has to take a hit and has to lay off people. The more self-sufficient we are, sir, is the more able we are to plan for our families and pass our business on to somebody else. So I wish to commend the Minister of Finance and his team for taking that leap of faith to back Barbadians and to encourage Barbadians to back themselves in what is going to be a very difficult time coming up. Sir, I'm going to close here now. I want us in here and us in the rest of Barbados to be honest with ourselves. Difficult times are coming. Very difficult times are coming. What is happening in the Middle East is going to directly impact us. The cost of gas and the cost of oil has already gone up. Everybody's watching that number to see when it gets to $120. Because at $120 per barrel, sir, all bets are off. It will likely get there. This government and the Minister of Finance has done what he could to shield us for now. But when the cost of oil gets to a certain amount, there's nothing that this government can do to save Barbadians from the direct impact of feeling that hardship. We've been given a chance and incentives with this budget. We've been given opportunities to grow with this budget. We've been given avenues for advancement with this budget, avenues for saving with this budget, stability with this budget, balance with this budget, resilience with this budget. He has done the Minister of Finance has done his job, and he's done it well. What we do with this budget is now up to us. But I, for one, can say I firmly believe this is a good budget, and I wish to commend it to the people of Barbados. I thank you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, sitting in this place when the member for Christchurch East Central, the Honourable Minister of Finance, delivered the budgetary proposals and financial statement, I started to reflect that it seems like the best economists once worked in a supermarket. Because I discovered, and I thought that I may have been one of the only ones whose first job was in a supermarket. I talk often about the fact that I worked as a cashier at Carlton Supermarket when I was still at school. And in fact, one of the things that was most exciting to me about that role was that it came at a time in the life of that supermarket when they were modernizing. They had just brought on a frequent shopper program. I do remember these things because the members' intervention in delivering the budget caused me to reflect as well about where I was and what I was doing and how I felt in those moments, just as he shared with us. I remember they were introducing a frequent shopper program, which was brand new as a concept in retail, in that kind of retail sector. And they had also just moved to point-of-sale scales for weighing. And I remember that when I would go shopping with my mother in the supermarkets that we used, that you would always have to take the thing and get it weighed and then go to the cashier, and I thought that that was a bit of a nuisance. But I'm reflecting on these things because I think that me being in that position at the age of 16 or 17 and feeling excited about the fact that I was a part of this modernization of this supermarket, and that when we would do personal shopping for some of the older people in the community, that I took that very personally. I took it very personally that I knew that I needed to buy this particular brand of soap powder for this old lady and not that one. Or I took it very personally that we were, in fact, effectively modernizing the service delivery to people. And I say these things, sir, because I think that it is in those moments, it is while you are growing up and while you're experiencing some of the hardship that your family experiences, that it puts you in a position to be able to understand the kinds of measures that will be meaningful for people when you are then in the position that you can make a difference in their lives. One of the things I say to people all the time when people ask me, so, they ask it almost as an anthropological question, did you know that you were growing up poor or working class? And I say to people all the time, when you live in a board house, on a small lot of land, everybody is next to each other. It is not possible for parents to have these private conversations about how they're going to afford things and for the children not to know. And so I start here because I realize that perhaps it is the working in the supermarket and the understanding the needs of people from an early age, understanding that, in fact, we had to work to contribute to our families. And having that experience then puts you in a good place to understand, when you come to political service, the kinds of things that you need to be able to deliver for people. For me, sir, the Republic Child Wealth Fund is one such thing. I reflect often about the need now to be able to take Barbadians to raise a society and a population where, when young people are starting their tertiary education careers or starting to work or starting to make those choices, that their families have something to give them. My family had to make difficult choices because they did not have that. I wonder if we understand how transformational this kind of asset will be for families like mine, for families like the member for St. Michael South, for families like the member for Christchurch East Central and others in this honorable place. That if we had that, not that we may not have worked at supermarkets, but perhaps we might have been able to take those resources and start to invest at a time when we did not have then to take those earnings home and put it in our mother's or our grandmother's hand to say, Mommy, take that, I know that you need that to help. This is a transformational measure, and the fact is that, I think sometimes that in all the drama of elections, there is this notion that manifesto promises are election PR. We talked about this measure on the platform. It is in the manifesto. And because we are a serious party and government, it is here being announced as one of the measures in this first budget of this parliamentary term. What we say to people when we are asking for their support and their vote, and for us to enter a covenant together, is real, and we do not take it for granted. But, sir, I also want, as a point of departure, to reflect on the fact that every area of this budget, I dare say any area of any budget of this government, comes together on purpose to achieve development and transformation. I know that we call these a series of budgetary proposals, but what this is in itself is a strategy. No, it is not. It is an annual exercise, and I will come to some of the commentary that we've been hearing. It is not meant to be a medium-term or long-term strategy. There will be some elements of it whose implementation and execution are medium-term. But there seem to be some of us who believe that an annual budget should tick every box for a growth strategy or a transformation strategy. That is not what a budget is. However, this budget is transformational in that the 6 areas of proposals align for a particular purpose. We have cost of living measures, citizen security and resilience measures, growth enhancement, business, measures for people living with special needs, and investment in the future. And I talked about one of those investment in the future measures just now, the Republic Child Wealth Fund. But someone asked me of that fund, and I say this by way of illustration that this is about policy alignment in every regard. This is not just a menu of things that people can choose from and say, well, I can hold this one, or I don't like this one. They are meant to operate together. Somebody asked me about the Republic Child Wealth Fund. And I mean, an honest and fair question, whether I thought that families could not use the help earlier. And my response to them was, in this budget, families are getting the help earlier, because it is not just a single policy. Yeah. Across the cost of living measures, whether it is the transfer for multiple births, whether it is the reverse tax credit increase, whether it is the income tax increases in the thresholds, whether it is some of the energy subsidies whose ultimate outcome will be helping families to retain more cash, to be able to then reinvest in their households and their children's health and education and transportation. These measures all hang together. But it is important, and that is why I do not agree with those who say that these are short-term measures. The Republic Child Wealth Fund is not a short-term measure. No. The Republic Child Wealth Fund, and if I sound like I'm staying on this one a long time, see the member of Christchurch Central looking at me as if I don't have other things to say. But if it seems as if I'm staying on this a long time, it is because for at least 8 years, it's almost 8 years now, in this honorable place, I have spoken about the need to really address intergenerational poverty and associated with that intergenerational wealth. We have, in working class communities in Barbados, come to a place where we are not able, because of structural issues and because we had not yet by this time developed some of the tools, able to make the full use of certain kinds of assets, able to bring investment to people's real lives. And this Child Wealth Fund allows us to do that. It starts to address the fact that many families live a subsistence kind of life. And that when people are struggling on the day-to-day, it is very difficult. This is an economic principle and a social principle that we know. It is very difficult to look 18 years down the road and to start to dream about what you would like to put away for your 18-year-old. This instrument allows you to do that. It is perhaps, and I would like to think that it is, a precursor to some of the things that we will have to do with respect to estate planning and even land management and other management of assets. We know that there are too many properties across Barbados, and especially in St. Michael, that have fallen to ruin and fallen into disrepair because while they belong to somebody, the work was not done within that family to make sure that that asset was secured by the family and then could therefore be used. This budget starts to take us to that place of economic enfranchisement at the level of the household, starts to take us to that place of ensuring that we can address the intergenerational nature of deprivation that we have spoken about in this country for so long. Sir, I also, though, have to come to the notion that I've heard in the last 48 hours or so, that this budget does not deliver a growth strategy or does not speak to structural transformation. And while I don't agree that that is the case, I believe that there are measures here, as I've just outlined, that do speak to these things, and I'll come to one or two of them. But I also want to say something very clearly. This government started in 2018 with a Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan that was heavy on the recovery. And we called it recovery and transformation because we knew that at that time it would be heavy on the recovery, and that later we would be able to get to a place where we could focus more on the transformation. But we have consistently brought a BERT, first BERT, a second BERT, and now a third, that does go further with a medium-term plan, further than an annual budget is intended to go, with a medium-term plan for growth and transformation. And so this framework, along with Mission Barbados, the 6 missions that we've identified, along with the investment strategy that BERT, the third installment, makes reference to, and along with the energy policy that will also drive our investments, and including the reindustrialization plan that the budget does speak to. A budget is not intended to be an implementation strategy for the next 5 years, but it is meant to signal what are the priorities that begin in the current financial year for the government. It is not to say that those priorities begin and end in that financial year. But the BERT 3.0 does address, along with some of these other frameworks, 5 pillars that accompany this financial statement and budgetary proposals in the way that we will, in delivering how we expect to be able to see transformation along with our partners in this country. The first pillar of BERT speaks to enhancing productivity and competitiveness. And I said when I addressed the Barbados Chamber of Commerce and Industry post-budget forum this morning, I signaled to them that enhancing productivity and competitiveness has certainly been identified as job number 1 for the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Development. I said to them that one of the first conversations I had was with the minister. And he's laughing because he knows what I'm going to say. The new Minister for Transport and Works and the Senior Minister for Infrastructure. Because the question of productivity relates to many things. It relates to workers' health and wellness and the extent to which they are made ready or afforded the tools and the environment to perform. It relates to the extent to which we can use technology and digitalization to just make people's lives easier and give people the technology that they need to work. But it importantly also relates to how we are setting ourselves up for success, how we are using infrastructure and assets to be productive and to make the country productive. And so when we talk about moving people around efficiently, when we talk about coming up with a road network that is able to deliver for people that live in Barbados, but also signal to the investment community here and abroad that we are serious about doing business in Barbados and having the economy grow. I mean, it may perhaps be a coincidence that some of the most used roads on the way to Bridgetown and to other areas of commerce are in St. Michael South Central. That might be a coincidence. So when I, as the minister that has responsibility for productivity, make the argument on that basis, perhaps the minister will understand that it might just be a coincidence that the whole of Barbados drives through Roberts Gap and Halls Road to get to Bridgetown. But that's a conversation for another day. And I know that he understands the productivity argument in that regard. But I make these points because the budget also speaks about the establishment of a competitiveness commission, and competitiveness commission is the language that is used in the budget. I find it lofty language because when I hear commission, I start to think that people will sit apart and make pronouncements and recommendations, and I know that the member for St. George North is not in the business of making pronouncements. So I know that that word commission maybe doesn't fit her. But I think that this is perhaps one of the most important measures. It may not be as sexy as some of the others, but it is critical to how we're able to develop. The fact is that a small economy like Barbados, in some of the established sectors, and you heard the member for St. Michael, West Central, speak at length about the accomplishments to date, but also these plans for the sector that this budget is able to facilitate. But the truth is that an economy like ours always comes to a point where there is not much more scale that can be achieved. And where you will get your growth is in productivity, making all of the factors in your economy more productive. There is a lot of scope in this Barbados for us to be more productive. One of the things I mentioned to the Chamber this morning was that I would like to see us come to the place, and we talk about some of these indicators, and we talk about debt to GDP, and we talk about the fact that it is at just around 93%, which is a tremendous achievement for given where we had come from. But the fact is that there are other indicators that we should be measuring daily. I would not say no to a productivity ticker that is placed in some conspicuous location in the country that everybody will pass. And let me tell you why. Because productivity is not just a function of what government does. It is, in fact, a function of what each of us does every day. My idea was to put it by Kensington Oval, because I tend to look there all the time when I pass, but not everybody might be concerned as I am with the fates of the West Indies cricket team and pass there and look longingly to the Oval and hope that it will long be a symbol of West Indies cricket dominance. But I believe that if we can bring these conversations more squarely into the public discourse, as the Competitiveness Committee, I call it as a simple word, seeks to do, then this will be important for us. And I want to say that when I was first Minister with responsibility for economic affairs, we started this work. This is not something that is new, and it is in fact something for which we know there is an appetite among all our social partners. In fact, the two individuals who have been named to begin and to co-chair and to start to roll out the committee with us were at the time also instrumental in a lot of the reform discussions that we needed to have. And the approach of that committee, we called it a doing business subcommittee of cabinet, and then there were smaller committees. And those committees were about sitting and looking at each issue, whether it was CAIPO at the time and registering a business, whether it was town planning and getting an approval, whatever the issue was. And I use the example of town planning, now planning and development, because I was also minister responsible at the time. And when we sat together to say, okay, how do we move these numbers? If this thing is taking 216 days on average, how do we get it to 14 days or 30 days, depending on the nature of the application? And it was only when we sat with people around the table who had been experiencing the system that we were able to realize, well, hang on, you might get your application approved. You might finish the process with town planning. But then you might need, before you could do anything, to have an approval from the Environmental Protection Department. And that is not actually within the scope of what town planning does. And so we had to bring them to the table. And then somebody said, well, hang on, I can't start anything because all now we're waiting for a connection from the Barbados Water Authority. And so we had to bring them to the table. And what I'm saying here on the floor of this Parliament, the member who spoke before me made reference to it. This is an extremely robust set of measures. How we execute is what matters. A competitiveness committee has to be about having subcommittees that work together, roll up our sleeves around the table, and figure out where are the nuisances and where are the bottlenecks, and have a method to do the fine work of getting these things unstuck. That is also one of the reasons that we, in this budget and in BERT 3.0, talk about having a delivery unit.
Your Honourable member has 5 more minutes.
A delivery unit is also not a new concept. Thank you, Your Honour. It's also not a new concept. But I think that we are finally beginning to see that political will alone does not get things done. I always say to colleagues that, and I have worked with governments before coming to governments all over the world. This government, since 2018, has had one of the highest levels of political will for transformation that I have ever seen. Unmatched. I'm not saying that just because I'm a part of it, but if I were to step back objectively and look at governments that I've worked with and for, as somebody who's worked in development finance, as somebody who's worked in the UN system, one of the highest levels of political will for reform and for transformation that I have ever seen. And yet, we are facing the reality that we have to do better with execution. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central talked about some of the ways that we've done better with execution. He talked about the fact that capital expenditure has actually seen some better execution and some of the execution that means that it will start to contribute to productivity. But I believe that this budget and BERT 3.0 and the discussions that we've been having confront the fact that we are going nowhere without addressing competitiveness and productivity as the channel for growth in this country. All of these things hang together. We are investing more in trust loans. Well, when we invest more in trust loans and when people get more access to trust loans, then we have another challenge that has to do with how these policies hang together and our own competitiveness. Because I remember being a consultant who was certainly making a little bit more than I'm making now. But because I was a consultant, the commercial banking system did not think that I was a worthwhile client. This is a reality of small business. And so who in the banking sector is going to sit with us, is going to sit with the member for St. George North and the former chair of the Barbados Private Sector Association and the rest of the Competitiveness Committee and talk to us about how we can make sure that there's financial stability and predictability for small business people. This is a real thing. Sir, the final point that I want to make with respect to the measures before us, and also with respect to the road before us, has to do with how we consider some of these social investments here. I heard a lot about the budget is giving a lot, is giving this and is giving that. And I hope that we change our register in this regard. This is a series of investments. To my knowledge, we are a little ways away from an election. We are a little ways away from an election. And as the member for Christchurch West suggested in his comments, when an election is over, when the pageantry is finished, we have to govern. And so I would like us to not frame this as, well, you're giving here, you're giving there. These are investments in people at all stages in their life cycle, at all stages in their lives, at all livelihoods that people choose, with all the choices that people make, with all the circumstances that people may not choose but have to live with. These are investments in people. I had occasion in my final 30 seconds, sir, to explain to a colleague this morning who took exception to the breakfast program that is being rolled out in the Ministry of Education. And that individual suggested that this might be a wasteful exercise and that there are children that do not need breakfast. And I said to them, I see the evidence from the Ministry of Education that says that 1 in 4 children show up to school without having had enough to eat. But I also know something else to a certainty. Targeting of young children for this kind of measure is not only more expensive than a universal approach to feeding young children, but it is also undesirable. Let those people who need the service show up and have access to it. That age group, from pre-primary on, when children's brains are still struggling to grow, we know that nutrition matters most then. There are ways to avoid wastage in the system. There are ways to streamline programs. But let us understand that these are investments in young children who there's no measure, there's no reform that the Ministry of Education can bring that a hungry child can absorb. So I ask us to see these measures and this approach as a series of investments in our people. Yes, there are some that target business. Yes, there are some that are going to relate to the energy sector. Yes, there are some that are going to more focus on the household. These all come together. This is the transformation that we need to see in this country to make sure that we can count ourselves as good stewards of the time and the energy and the land and the resources that we have been given to be able to act as custodians for the generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to add my voice to the debate, not with an intention to repeat much of what was outlined by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, nor those other Honourable members who have spoken into the debate until now, but hopefully to add my voice with the same clarity and courage that I believe this moment demands. It would be remiss of me, sir, not to commend the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, on behalf of the good people of St. George North who sent me here, to thank him for a budget which, to my mind, in many respects, reflects discipline, steadiness, and a clear commitment to protecting Barbadians, particularly in yet another period of real global uncertainty with which we are facing. I also wish to express my immense appreciation to this party in government under the leadership of our political leader and Prime Minister, the Honourable Mia Motley, for determining that we should enter covenant with the people of Barbados during an election, not to write a manifesto, but to enter covenant with our people. I'm happy, sir, that in less than 5 weeks after a general election, which resoundingly voted in favor of this party in government, that we are able to see many of the vows that were made under that covenant being delivered in the budget. But permit me, sir, also to share that as I sat and listened to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central a couple days ago on Monday, I could not help, sir, but to reflect and beam with pride that when I sat with that Honourable Member in a corner classroom at the University of Waterford, sir, which was next door to the classroom.
Honourable Member, people getting vexed already.
Where the Honourable Minister of Housing sat, that we could not contemplate that the three of us would be sitting in this honorable chamber, called to a moment such as this to be leading and responding to an electorate in the way that we have to serve in our respective constituencies and to serve in this parliament. So, sir, I won't go any further for the benefit of those people who are getting upset, but in the same spirit of up and on and upward and onward, perhaps more adequately, sir, I speak under the theme, Greater Will Our Nation Grow. It's a theme that calls us to celebrate our progress, but it's also a theme that requires of us that we honestly confront the barriers that still stand between our people and the fulfillment of that promise or that expectation that greater will our nation grow and greater will our people grow. Yes, Mr. Speaker, in many respects, as we heard from the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, we have turned a corner. But none of us is pretending that the journey is over. None of us is pretending that the stability which we now experience in this country is a finish line. When we speak of growth, oftentimes I share the concern of many that it feels like we are speaking in national terms or in statistical terms. But as the Honourable Member for St. Peter outlined when he spoke yesterday, growth is something that people must connect to. Growth is something that people must feel personally and at the individual level. Growth must be the lived experience of the people in this country. Otherwise, the statistics, sir, do not really matter. A nation does not grow, or a nation is not understood to be growing if our people are shrinking under pressure. And sir, I will come back to that point. Permit me to say, however, that I was pleased with the report that was given from the Honourable Member from Christchurch East Central, that Barbados' debt to GDP ratio now stands at 93.3%, which is down from the 178.9% or so that we inherited following the 2017-2018 period. Mr. Speaker, while I say that growth must be felt personally, we can record that as a national victory, because in many respects it is evidence that what some felt was impossible, couldn't be done, it was done, it was achieved. It is evidence that under steady, capable leadership, Barbados has been able to restore our fiscal credibility. We were able to protect our foreign exchange, our foreign currency peg. We were able to bring back up our foreign reserves. And we have been able to deliver 19 consecutive quarters of economic expansion. So that is national victory. But sir, while this should be celebrated, and it should be, because we recognize that it provides a foundation upon which the growth that we speak about and under which the budget is themed, greater will our nation grow. It provides the foundation under which greater growth is possible. So I want to commend the very targeted budgetary measures that were outlined specifically, and I just mentioned them, the electricity fuel charges adjustment subsidy, which will contain the increase that otherwise would have accrued to monthly bills that consumers would have felt given the rising oil fuel prices. I also wish to commend the fuel VAT caps, the excise reductions on gasoline, the freight caps, the expanded tax credits, and the support for pensioners and vulnerable households. Because, Mr. Speaker, this government has laid it out plainly that energy prices impact almost everything else in our economy, and that the government will absorb 50% of the increase in the fuel clause adjustment is commendable. And while we appreciate that people like to feel money in hand, they like to see money in hand, we should not allow anyone to escape with the belief that these savings do not amount to real money, real protection, and are not the response of real leadership. These interventions matter. Mr. Speaker, I believe that they will help, they all will help, and I believe, as many others, that they are necessary at this juncture. But, Mr. Speaker, permit me to say that it is my belief that in as much as I believe that they are necessary and that they're useful, that they will prove to be insufficient where cost of living is rising faster than wages, and where too many actors in the private sector, not all, but too many actors in the private sector treat every global tremor as an occasion to widen profit margins. If as workers we are to carry a share of the burden, we will. If government is to carry the share of the burden and to make sacrifice, it will, as has been demonstrated. But, Mr. Speaker, the time has long passed for those in the private sector who are not easing the squeeze also to carry their share. And I take this opportunity to thank those employers who actually are carrying their share. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm often criticized for lumping everybody and classifying everybody or painting everybody by the same brush. But regrettably, enough are not keeping faith. And the fact that Barbadians are living in reality, we are not living in theory, we are living in reality. And Mr. Speaker, I'm also aware that we are living in a world where reality is often perceived as well. And in Barbados, the reality and the perceived reality are that even when government had committed similar measures in the past, the cost of living in this country was still going up. Our people were still feeling the squeeze, and as much as we capped VAT on fuel and we did all of these things, control freight costs, people were still feeling it. And they weren't feeling it because government failed to act. They weren't feeling it because they weren't willing to carry the share of the burden, and so they were being ungrateful. But they were feeling it because too many businesses operate only to pass on every single increase, to protect every margin, to suck every ounce of profit out of every situation, no matter what. Mr. Speaker, even before the budget was laid, we heard the signals loudly and we heard them publicly. Loud enough and public enough for us as Bajans to be put on guard of what would likely happen, that we would experience more of that same kind of behavior to which I spoke. So it wasn't surprising to read in the Sunday Sun on last Sunday, even before the budget, that they were getting ready perhaps to extend profit margins and create, Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, the environment and the argument around inevitability. So we were told to buckle down because it's going to be a rough couple of months. We heard sightings of freight costs, increases to $200 and $500 and $583 and $600, all purportedly amounting to approximate increases of 10 to 15%, 15 to 20%, sorry. But Mr. Speaker, what that article did, outside of outlining these things, was reminded us as Bajans of what is the characteristic behavior of too many businesses. That when global costs fall, local prices don't fall. When global costs rise, local costs rise. And that local prices, therefore, will only move in one direction in this country, and that direction is up. So, Mr. Speaker, they might couch it as inflation, but the rest of us who feel the squeeze know it to be opportunism. And it is the working people in this country, working people at the lower levels and the middle class levels, that often carry the brunt of the burden. Mr. Speaker, a nation cannot grow greater when our people are being squeezed smaller. So yes, from a fiscal perspective, I accept and I agree that we have turned a very important corner. But we will not grow and become the best versions of ourselves if all hands are not on deck. To say that government cannot do it alone is perhaps the understatement of the decade. Government has executed capital works at 96%. Government has modernized its procurement process. Government has increased and rebuilt this country's credibility. Government has shown that it is prepared to take risks. But too many in the private sector are still waiting. They're waiting for more certainty. They're waiting for more guarantees. They're waiting for government to clear every path and cushion every blow and carry every burden. Mr. Speaker, it's my considered opinion that the waiting must end, because we cannot call for growth while waiting only for government to shoulder the risks and to carry every risk. One well-known local economist said that he would have rated the budget presented by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central as a 6 out of 10. He perhaps would have given it an 8 or 9 out of 10, except for the uncertainty with the war in Iran and the possibility of a worsening situation. And I don't mention it as a criticism, I'm just making a reference. But Mr. Speaker, if it were any of the other parties that contested in the last general election presenting this kind of budget, I must admit that I would have been a lot more worried. But for a government that has navigated through several crises since first coming into leadership in 2018, that has brought this country through them safely, I think that this country can move forward with a certain amount of confidence, not simply because we started by saying, give me the vote and watch me, but because the evidence since then has borne out that with God's help, we will be able to get through even these ones again. Mr. Speaker, many of the businesses to which I referred that are not easing the squeeze and are waiting for government to take more risks, Mr. Speaker, you know they will not be waiting to freeze wages. They will not be waiting to freeze wages and justify it by global volatility. They will not be waiting to delay increments and reduce hours without consultation. They will not be waiting to institute layoffs and disguise them perhaps as energy savings. Mr. Speaker, I heard the recommendation of the Barbados private sector for the reintroduction of incentives that would encourage long-term savings, and particular interest was given to registered retirement savings plans. And while that recommendation may appear reasonable, the fact is, Mr. Speaker, people cannot save what they do not earn. People cannot save what they do not earn. No amount of incentive can overcome stagnant wages or low wages or precarious short-term contracts or unpredictable hours, and that's a fact. It is time that we in this country stop speaking, therefore, to the symptoms and really examine what is the root cause. So, Mr. Speaker, let us discuss pairing that long-standing discussion, which they said has been a long-standing recommendation, with living wages, the introduction of living wages, not just a minimum wage, but wages that the average household can live on comfortably. Let us pair it with reduced short-term contracts. Let us pair it with predictable income streams. Let us pair it with portable Social Security benefits. Let us make savings possible in this country, because greater will our nation grow if all hands are on deck. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I wish to urge government, as it contemplates another compact on prices for a basket of goods, to demand landed cost data for these goods. Landed cost data for these goods and all goods, so as to be able to distinguish between what is genuine cost pressure and what is opportunistic inflation. This is not a moment for this is a moment rather for shared responsibility and not a moment for selective responsibility. I'm therefore pleased that the Honourable Member for St. James Central, in his intervention last evening, committed that under his ministry, he intends again to bring the labor movement in to join the consultations with the private sector towards a renewed social compact on food prices. And even as I accept the invitation to be a part of those discussions, I just wish to give him the heads up that this landed cost data might be a truer reflection of where we're coming from and where markups are being applied. They may be a better reflection of what actually is than what is communicated in the absence of that kind of supporting information. But Mr. Speaker, even as I accept that invitation whenever it comes, I also urge Barbadians to bet who bet you. And that is why I was very pleased with the introduction of Ask Delia, because Ask Delia not only tells people what the prices are, but it provides a mechanism through which we can flag where excessive prices and so on are in place in the market. Greater will our nation grow must mean greater must our revenue base grow. And that is for that reason that we recognize we cannot build a modern state on a narrow tax base. And so I welcome the expansion of the tax base, which is not about hindering the vulnerable, but it is about capturing economic activity that currently escapes taxation. It's about ensuring fairness between traditional and emerging sectors. It is about modernizing tax administration, and it is about aligning our systems with the reality of digital, globalized economy. A broader tax base, it is my view, will strengthen our ability as a country to protect our people, especially in moments such as these that we are in. So, Mr. Speaker, as we unlock investment and opportunities that would normally come to Barbados, and we welcome them when they come, but as we unlock opportunities that will normally come to Barbados at scale, for instance, in green industry, in digital services, in construction, in tourism and logistics, we must ensure that our people are catered to. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I really had the honor of laying the resolution on portable security benefits last Friday in this honorable chamber, and I so look forward to the full discussion of it, and more so the implementation of it, because I believe that it uses some very sound principles that can be expanded on to make a meaningful difference in the lives of many. I believe it is transformative, ensuring that as workers move between employers and between industries and between contracts, that they can do so without losing their benefits. I believe that it is a modern social protection tool, and I'm pleased to have the leadership of the Honourable Member for St. Peter in this area, because it also aligns with a lot of what we're trying to accomplish under labor contracts legislation and a lot of what we have been trying to work with even as we work through the labor concessions, tourism amendments that were discussed just over a year or two ago. I turn to the measures targeting our youth. Mr. Speaker, I applaud the budgetary measures that seek to unlock doors of opportunity for many young people. Too often we have our young people, they're told
last 5 minutes.
that they lack experience by the very employers who demand more experience. They are told that they need skills by the very employers who don't want to invest in training to build skills. They are told that they need to be more productive, but they're not provided with the systems that will increase or incentivize productivity within the establishments that they find work. So, like the last speaker, I am enthused and excited to be working with the Competitiveness Commission, because in our discussions, we must modernize, yes, we must pursue productivity, but we must also lend balance to the debate. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, we heard that 47.2% of workers lack some of the digital skills required for their roles. 80% of firms indicated their non-ICT staff need stronger digital competencies, and I'm heartened that the government is not seeing this as a crisis, but recognizing it as an opportunity, and I'm therefore further heartened that the labor movement, the training facilities of the labor movement have been incorporated along with NTI as a training entity, because the inclusion of unions, what it does is it puts the union movement right at the heart, the center of digital transformation. And I would just want to encourage that even as employers will be asked to contribute a mere 25% of whatever it would cost to train, that they would also commit to providing time off with pay where it is required to fulfill the digital training that is required. Workers too must be encouraged to seek training opportunities of their own, and don't sit back just and wait for people to provide them with training and the tools that will take them through life. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the government's ambition to make Barbados the green industrial gateway of the Atlantic. I think that it is very bold, but equally, as I'm sure my voice will lend into discussions on this, I want to urge that local hiring requirements and legitimate apprenticeships and occupational safety and health standards and minimum wages will be enforced. And in the same way that, as I mentioned, the tourism concessions, that these have to be enforced as well, because wherever people benefit from the public purse, we believe that they have more obligation to honor basic floor of conditions within those sectors. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, it is my view that the budget reflects that government is doing its part to protect the people of this country, to steady the economy, and to cushion households against the most adverse shocks. And we urge business to act responsibly as well. This is the time to insist that every sector, every responsible citizen shares the burden. This is not a moment for selective responsibility, as I said before, nor is it a moment for selective sacrifice. Barbados belongs to all of us, and therefore the responsibility to protect Barbados must belong to all of us, because, Mr. Speaker, when the rain falls, it doesn't decide who is going to wet, But what we need to ensure is that none of us drowns as a result of it. So I want that we can move forward with the conviction that greater will our nation grow can be fulfilled. It can be fulfilled when fairness is greater. It can be fulfilled when opportunity is greater. It can be fulfilled when protection is greater, when every Barbadian can stand taller because this government, this parliament, and those who influence the economy and the society of Barbados commit to leaving no one behind. And just as a final note, because I see the signal of the next speaker that he's ready. So as I prepare to sit, Mr. Speaker, I urge him to satisfy the good people of Sweet Vale and the good people of Lower Estate that the failure to start the roads there in the time frame that were indicated coincidentally during the campaign towards a new election was not election PR, member for St. Michael South Central. Because, sir, anyone who knows me and who truly knows me would know that I would not be a part of that. So I'm looking forward to his intervention, and I hope he will get a minute to speak through you, sir, to the good people of St. George North living in Sweet Vale. And I'm hearing from the Honourable Member for Christchurch East that put in a piece for him too. So we want some responses to those. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I could not begin, Mr. Speaker, sir, and in this place and come in immediately after the Honourable Member disappoint a lady that I have so much affection for, and therefore I will try to respond to her issues as well, and the issues of the member of Christchurch East, and hopefully the other members as well. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am very happy to be here today to lend my voice to what I thought was perhaps one of the best laid budget presentations in this Parliament. And I say so, Mr. Speaker, having heard a few and recognizing what brought us here. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also would want to begin, as my good friend, the Honourable Member for the City did, by recognizing that we lost a stalwart in that area. Permit me to say two names, sir. Very recently we lost Deborah Gamble, sir. She would have canvassed for me, she would have canvassed for the Honourable Member for the City, and those before me and those before him. And we will miss her terribly, sir. I offer my condolences to her family. She started the campaign with us, and as life goes, she did not get to end it with us. But in my visits to the hospital, I am confident and comfortable that she heard the words that I shared with her, showing how much I cared for her. I also would want to say the same, Mr. Speaker, sir, for Michelle Drates, who we also lost, and her funeral was yesterday. Also a stalwart of this party and a very strong supporter. Both of whom would be listening to this particular budget to hear what I was going to say. I also, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this vein, I must thank the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central. I was equally satisfied in his presentation too. And I feel like I have left that ministry in very good hands, and that he will deliver for all the people, including the older people of this country, especially the older people of this country, as we go forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, the Minister of Finance, sir, was brilliant. And there is a quote, sir, "Nothing else in the world, not all the armies, is as powerful as an idea whose time has come." And I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Minister of Finance is a man whose time has come, and he delivered that budget with brilliance, with substance, with humility, and with a calm confidence, sir, that brought comfort to the people of Barbados. This budget, sir, comes at a particular period in time. I'm watching the clock because I know time gets away from you very quickly in this place. And I don't intend to be long. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, It comes at a particular moment in time, sir, where previously a lot of what we were doing focused on stabilizing, protecting the foundations of growth, protecting the foundations of the economy, and restoring credibility. We would have done a lot over the course of the last few years, sir, to put us in a place, sir, where we could do what the honourable member did during his presentation. The benefits of a lot of what we were doing, sir, may not always have been visible, but I believe that discipline has created the space for us to be able to do what was done in that budget. Discipline created the space for us to be able to do so. And that discipline must become the order of the day. And I will get back to that a bit later, Mr. Speaker, sir. I believe the questions that were asked were answered in this budget. We were asked, how do we protect households? How do we expand opportunity? And how do we shape cost for the future? Because a lot of what we did in this budget, sir, would help people in the future as well, sir. And I think that is what leadership is about. That's what meaningful governance is about, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also saw during the course of this budget, and I will go through them very quickly, what I thought were very clear anchors that came out to me during the course of the budget presentation, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I'm not surprised because a lot of what would have been discussed, we would have heard during our rubbing shoulders. We would have heard, because people must understand that a lot of the things we do, we don't just do for style. There's a reason behind why we would have the Ideas Forum. There's a reason behind why we had Paris Speaks. There is a reason behind why it is that we try to have intense consultations on the things that we do. So that you listen, but that at some point you must translate what you have heard into government policy if it makes sense. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the people of Barbados make a lot of sense. And a lot of the contributions that you would have heard over the course of the last few years, sir, you would have seen encapsulated into the announcements and pronouncements by the Minister of Finance. I also want to thank the Prime Minister because I know her guiding hand was also on the presentation, of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, as any good leader would do as they're bringing in somebody to come up behind them, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I want to share what I think are the few anchors and then spend a little bit of time discussing the ministry that I now have responsibility for, because I do know if I did not, I could not leave this space in peace, Mr. Speaker. So in fact, I am sure they don't even want me to discuss the anchors, but that they just want me to get to my thoughts on the roads. I would leave in pieces. Thank you, Honourable. Most peaceful man in this place, the Honourable Member for St. Peter, letting me know he may leave in pieces. But Mr. Speaker, sir, anchor one. Shielding households in a time of global uncertainty. I sense that coming out, Mr. Speaker, sir. The idea that we must protect the households in a time of global uncertainty. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, during the motorcade before the elections, I was on the back of a pickup truck with the Prime Minister. And other people, we were touring, we did the motorcade. And again, just like in rubbing shoulders, a lot of these things came out. In that short ride, we heard conversations about people talking about culture. People in the creative space want to know what are we doing for the people in that space. We saw houses in need of upgrade. People asking what are we going to do about the housing. Tourists waving, what are we going to do for the tourists? On the back of a pickup truck, I believe we could see government policy taking shape, in as much as we will see it in the salons over the next few weeks, the barber shops, the rum shops, Mr. Speaker, sir, in backyards, government policy being shaped by ordinary people every single day, who then speak their minds, sir, whether it's on social media or when they come to these meetings and these conversations. And I believe the first was that they wanted us to have something to shield their households in what is a peculiar time. These are, Mr. Speaker said, these are most uncertain times. These days, they say, are funny nights, Mr. Speaker, sir. So what is the government doing? And I'm really watching the time because it really does fly. Mr. Speaker, sir, from April 1st, 2026, the government has said that they will absorb 50% of the increase in the fuel clause adjustment if necessary, which is about $16, I am told, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that's a big deal. It's a big deal for ordinary Barbadians, Mr. Speaker, sir. In a volatile global energy environment, sir, for a government to make that kind of commitment says that it concerns itself with households. And strong economies, sir, are not only about growth, but they are also about protection. The other anchor, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I saw very clearly was about protecting mobility, to protect opportunity, and I mean physical mobility, moving around, Mr. Speaker, sir. We saw concrete fiscal measures with a cap on gasoline, with a cap on gasoline, Mr. Speaker, sir. A cap on diesel, Mr. Speaker, sir. Gasoline.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gasoline saved me from the Honourable Member for Christchurch by Central and the Minister of Finance, sir. Gasoline excise reduced from 99 cents, sir, to 89.29 cents, Mr. Speaker, sir. We saw a reduction in diesel, Mr. Speaker, sir, because in a small economy like ours, the cost of movement is really the cost of living. It costs you to move from point A to point B, and the moment that we can adjust that and address that, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are affecting the cost of living, Mr. Speaker, sir. The third that I saw was modernization that touches everyday life, Mr. Speaker, sir. And a lot of the things I'm touching on relate also to the ministry, but there were many other things. Mr. Speaker, sir, I shared a video in the parliamentary chat on a person who used a dash cam. Well, they were using it to do ordinary driving, but that dash cam was able to record a crime, and then to use the evidence on the dash cam to help solve that crime, Mr. Speaker, sir. I believe that ordinary Barbadians, all of us, Mr. Speaker, sir, are involved in this crime fight. Of course, it helps you with your insurance. It helps you if you have an issue. But it is also important, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we start seeing ourselves as part of the solution, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I believe that the dash cam, sir, what we've done, Mr. Speaker, sir, to allow the VAT removal on these dash cams, Mr. Speaker, sir, for a year is important. And like the Minister did, the Honourable Minister of Finance, I want to encourage Barbadians, I myself plan to get one, to get a dash cam, Mr. Speaker, sir. It makes sense, especially in these perilous and uncertain times. And then the de minimis threshold being raised from $60 to $150. I was receiving messages. In fact, that's perhaps one of the most popular pronouncements and announcements in this whole budget. The amount of people that message me asking me, if they could start importing little dresses and shirts and pants and what date. I actually had to ask the Honourable Minister a question. I said, if you, and I want the public to hear because people ask me, if you order today, but the goods arrive on April 2nd, do you benefit? And the Minister of Finance has given me the assurance that as long as the goods arrive after April 1st, that the persons will benefit from the VAT-free. So order on, Barbadian people, order on. Mr. Speaker, sir, Anchor 4, preparing the economy for the cost structure of tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, sir, I saw it with the extension in the electric vehicle, sir, the VAT holiday, and I think this is brilliant, Mr. Speaker, sir, because this is really about tomorrow and being able to plan ahead in a way that makes sense, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we go forward to encourage the fleet, the Barbadian fleet, whether it is in the public service, the private sector, or individuals, to modernize their vehicles, sir, and move away from this long-term fuel dependence. We've already seen what that is going to cost us. I do believe that a lot of our electricity must really come from the sun or from the ocean. We must be able to use what we have, sir, to get ourselves off of the dependence on these fossil fuels, Mr. Speaker, sir. Fifthly, I also believe, sir, that we're revitalizing the capital to reignite national confidence. And I went through, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the Honourable Member for the City, the amount of things that are in here for the city. And I must also say, regeneration initiatives for Chapman Lane, Tudor Street, Gemmetts Lane, and the Bay Land. And I'm not saying the Bay Land because that's mine, but I think that whole stretch up there, Mr. Speaker, sir, should be able to benefit from things that are going to be able to benefit the city. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is real transformation. And then as I move on to Anchor 6, before I touch on roads and other things, Mr. Speaker, sir, Anchor 6, the life cycle security. I felt, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in this budget, We saw investment in Barbadians in ways that we have not seen. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, the proximity to the election is alarming, but it also speaks of the commitment that the government has made to being able to help ordinary people. That a month ago or 2 months ago, we were on a platform arguing we are going to do this. Mr. Speaker, sir, there were people on the other side who were saying that the things that we announced in this budget could not possibly be done. But these were the same people that said we could not take the children of Barbados back to university for free, Mr. Speaker, sir. These were the same people that said we could not raise public servants' pay because the country couldn't afford it. And I'm saying, people, sir, this country cannot be held prisoner by the limits in the imagination of people who are trying to steal the government, Mr. Speaker, sir, by all means, except by coming up with productive enterprise to help people, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am thankful that we said it. It was a promise made, and it is a promise kept, Mr. Speaker, sir. We went on to do a number of things for persons with disabilities, and I won't get into all of them. I only want to say one, Mr. Speaker, sir. The roads that we're going to be fixing, the safe sidewalks from the bottom of town to the top of town. Let me describe it that way, Mr. Speaker, sir. And let me tell you how this came up. And I'm very happy that the Honourable Minister of Finance, one thing about him I know is that he's a listening man. And I also know that when it comes to persons with disabilities, and you raised it with him and it made sense, Mr. Speaker, sir, you are likely to have it. Now, he asked me when I discussed it with him, he told me to share it. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank him and the Prime Minister for putting it into this particular budget. When I had the conversation with the Ministry of Transport and Works, they knew that I had come from the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. They heard me say that we were responsible for doing an audit, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central now must do it, of all the buildings in town to make sure that they're disabled, they have disabled access. They heard me, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I left. I said I would like to think that this government and this country and this ministry can do something for the people. I left. And by the next day, I did not come up with this, Honourable Minister. The next day, the ministry, the staff in the ministry said, Minister, I know this matters to you. I know this matters to the country. And they designed for us the ability to have proper sidewalks and access for persons with disabilities from the bottom of town to the top of town. Not me, Mr. Speaker, sir. This was their work. And I think it is important. I want to give them the credit for it, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I believe that that is how we're going to change this country. By allowing the public servants, the ordinary people in this country, any person who has a good idea must know that once you say it and it makes sense, that this administration will make it happen. I want to thank the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, sir. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to get back to that conversation on the pickup truck. So the Prime Minister and I drove from, and different people, it was a motorcade. So on the back of this pickup truck, we were having conversations about the economy and about culture and different. Well, of course, you can't be on the back of a pickup truck in Barbados and not have conversations about the road. And before, Mr. Speaker, sir, I get into these conversations, let me first thank the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East. I now know how difficult a task you had in trying to lead a ministry, sir, where everybody is able to see the problems that are before them, but they do not see the efforts that you make to be able to resolve them. And during the course of the election, the Deputy Prime Minister said time and time again about the number of roads that were fixed, Mr. Speaker, sir, the length of those roads, the amount of money that was spent. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank her for her efforts. I suspect now, I hope, in a few years somebody will thank me for mine, even if they have not seen the fruits of my labor, though I do hope that they do see the fruits of my labor. I'm coming to you now, Honourable Member for St. George North. I hear you. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to begin there, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I also want to start by saying to Barbadians that I have heard them, we have heard them. I would be a man, sir, completely tone deaf if I said I did not hear the hurt, the frustration, and the anger of Barbadians about some of the things on the road. I would also not be true to myself if I did not say, Mr. Speaker, sir, like any other Barbadian, I am frustrated with the traffic that we encounter every day. I happen to live now in the north, Honourable Member Honourable Mr. Speaker, sir, and Honourable Member for St. Peter. I happen to live now in the north for the last 13 years. And in the last year, I mean, it's always been tough, but in the last year, The traffic up that side is extremely tough, and a lot of it is because they're doing road works, Mr. Speaker, sir. And a number of other people have moved up that side. But, sir, people are not imagining the challenges with the roads. The frustration is not an artificial frustration. People are living it. And I understand that they feel it, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I feel it too. I want to say to the people of Barbados that I have heard them, Mr. Speaker, sir, and that I believe the first thing I want to say publicly is that I acknowledge the hurt, the frustration, and the anger of Barbadians, but that I know it is my responsibility to do more than to just acknowledge the frustrations. I've also seen, sir, people who are popular on social media, sir, who are making regular posts about the roads, sir, and I don't mind because it keeps us accountable. It keeps us accountable. I would encourage other people, sir, but we have to be able to respond when persons make the claims that they make sometimes, sir, on social media. And permit me, sir, just to say, Dunksman, who messages me every day. And he doesn't frustrate me at all, but I do think, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we have to be accountable. And I also think that we have to be responsive. And so, as opposed to stopping him, I welcome him, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I believe if we all work together, we will be able to address these problems, sir. But my role is to do more than to report on it. I must be involved in solving these issues, Mr. Speaker, sir. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is at this point, sir, that I want to talk about the shift that I believe must come to the ministry. And I believe, sir, that we have now, and you heard me in the well, having an exchange with the Honourable Member who has, well, the Minister, sorry, responsible for innovation and information, and who is responsible for making us more digital and digitizing a lot of what we do, Mr. Speaker, sir. I believe that we need to have a data-led decision enterprise approach to being able to do this work. We need to have more data, Mr. Speaker. So I am always going to be a researcher. That's what I do. I want to see the data, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have to shift toward visible execution. I heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch East. He told me we need to communicate better, Mr. Speaker, sir, because, you know, one day a road is open and the next day the road is closed, and sometimes you don't even know. Or you might be the MP for an area and the road starts, you don't even know when the road starts. So we have to be able to communicate better, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I intend to be able to do so. So here are a few things, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I speak about the ministry. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to spend some time with the workers. I've already heard from the workers, sir, that there have been allowances that they have been denied, or in some cases, sir, allowances that have not changed in 30 years. I've spoken to the Prime Minister, sir. I've also raised it with the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I believe we're on the way to solving some of those issues. I want to visit the depots, Mr. Speaker, sir, and let me tell you, I'm going to visit every depot, some announced and some unannounced, because I've been an MP long enough to know that sometimes I call on the depot and I do not get a response, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we're going to visit some announced and some unannounced. But the reason that I'm visiting, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to be able to improve the conditions for the men as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because if you want somebody to help you, you have to first help that somebody, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I believe if the conditions are not good enough, then I cannot expect the level of production. And I did it when I was at Maritime. We fixed all the fish markets. I did it, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir. I did it at Vauxhall Home. Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that if people are going to be in a place for a long time, it should be comfortable. But let us talk, Mr. Speaker, sir, about some of the roads. I heard as well the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central. She spoke about the roads and the productivity. We know, for example, and for sure, that if you're stuck in traffic, that has a cost. It has a cost. And somebody has to be able to cost it, because we're stuck in traffic for a very long time. And you have somebody has to cost it. What it costs the economy, sir, also might even cost you days or weeks off your life. That level of mental anxiety has a cost. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to be able to cost it. We have to be able to address it, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I want to begin by explaining a few things. Thus far, the ministry, I think in the course of the last year, have issued contracts totaling about 90 million Barbados dollars. And in the last few weeks, sir, we have issued contracts for small roads and cart roads, and these are the roads, for the most part, the honourable members concern themselves with, for the most part, up to $17.5 million. So in a total of $90 million, 46 tenantry roads, sir, and cart roads for $17.5 million. So you're going to start seeing very soon a lot of these small roads and the cart roads that we care about, sir, in the communities, Mr. Speaker, sir. Very soon you're going to be seeing a lot of these roads being repaired and being fixed, Mr. Speaker, sir. There's sections from on the ABC Highway, Mr. Speaker, sir, Lodge Road, Ferry Valley Road, sir, a number of roads, Mr. Speaker, sir, that are going to be repaired very soon. I give the honourable members and I give the public this commitment, that the communication from this ministry will improve, that when we're going to fix the road, we will let the people know we're going to fix the road. And I mean more than the small little sample. I told them this. When they said, well, we do that already, I mean more than the small little thing that you might see in the paper. I mean dedicated people on social media, in the press, the news, Mr. Speaker, sir. It has to be that people, my mother used to say to me, if she calls me or if I call her, and then she doesn't answer, I say, but Mommy, I told you. She said, you can tell me. Or if I don't acknowledge you or if I don't hear you, talk. But you don't talk to me. So if it is that the people haven't heard us, we haven't said it. We have to find a way to make sure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we communicate effectively with the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we're going to talk to the people, the honourable member for Christchurch East. I promised you that the road works that you've been asking me about, the ones, you asked me about two in particular. You asked about Chancery, the works in Chancery Lane. You asked about the Wilcox, Mr. Speaker, sir. We're going to make sure that we communicate those roads. The honourable member for St. George North. I also have your roads that you just mentioned. I have dates, but I will not announce them because I know you can say one thing and get another. But just to be sure that we're going to have conversations with the public and your people, and before any of these road works start, I will let the MPs know so that they can communicate directly with their people. I know that that has been a challenge for us, Mr. Speaker, sir, and it has nothing to do with the minister, because I realize sometimes you can say one thing, expect that it is done. I've come to realize that that's the case. And you know, sometimes in MTW, you say one thing, you expect that it's done, and it's not necessarily done. And from now on, though, when we say we're going to do something, Mr. Speaker, sir, there has to be accountability. I will not go through all the other things, the other roads, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I know I don't have a lot of time. But I also want to say to the public, sir, that we're going to concentrate our pothole patching now in communities, so that we're going to make sure that when we come to a community or a constituency, don't come and patch a one hole on this road and another hole on that road. You're not going to see it. I say, we go to the constituency, you leave 2 or 3 the new pothole patcher pros that we have for the highways and the byways, but you take about 4, and then some men. And when you leave that constituency, make sure the constituency, all the potholes are done. And then we'll say to the public, we're doing this constituency or this area, and then that area, so people can wait, knowing that we're going to bring them some relief, Mr. Speaker, sir. So that there has to be a new strategy, and that strategy has to be communicated, and you're going to see that communication over the next few weeks, Mr. Speaker, sir. We're also going to make sure that we do better signage. I know that we started the work with signs. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've been talking to other people. We need to make sure we have signs, even in my constituency, and I'm sure in yours. A number of the roads just don't have signs. And I know the honourable member for St. Michael South East also started this. We need to expand it. Again, nothing makes sense unless it is mass. People don't feel it. And I know that the contract was issued. I also know that people said they would do the work, and they didn't do the work. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, these are the things that we have to be able to do. On traffic, Mr. Speaker, sir, traffic has become a major problem in Barbados. I want to begin by saying that we're having a traffic consultation that begins next week. The honourable member for Christchurch East Central already gave the dates, but allow me to say, on March 23rd, we're going to start at Dighton Griffith. On March 25th, we're going to Princess Margaret Secondary School. On March 30th, we're going to be at St. Michael's School. And on April 1st, we're going to be at Alexandra School. And, sir, these conversations are to do just what the conversations did for the budget, to hear the people and then use that to shape government policy, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we're going to have those consultations, but I believe that the starting point is data. We have to have, for example, Mr. Speaker, sir, a conversation about how many people are actually in a car on mornings, where these cars are going. What is the purpose, Mr. Speaker, sir? If you're going to have an effective solution, we need to have a lot more information than we currently have. There are some countries, Mr. Speaker, sir, where you can only go certain places if you have 4 or 5 people in the car, because they understand that transportation is more than moving people. It is about productivity, as we said, Mr. Speaker, sir. I've already spoken to the Education Minister to have that conversation around how do we stagger times. Mr. Speaker, sir, these are some of the things that we must explore, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have to look at the peak time traffic. And I know, Mr. Speaker, sir, as God is my witness, this idea that you go by a bus stop at 9 in the morning or 8 in the morning, and you got to hope and pray that a bus comes, makes no sense. It has to stop. There is an app that the ministry has developed, Mr. Speaker, sir, but it has to be on everybody's phone. If it is not the latest, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't give people assurances, it doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker, sir. People have, if you know that the bus is coming at 9 o'clock, you're not going to go to the bus stop at 7 and spend 2 hours in the hot sun or the rain. And Mr. Speaker, sir, when I'm driving to work and I see people, little school children, standing by the bus stop sometimes unattended, because that's the reality of Barbadian life. They don't know if a bus coming or not. We have to make sure that that system is reliable and it has to be predictable. And it's not good enough to say the bus will come in 2 hours either. We have to have buses coming on the regular. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South East bought the most buses in the history of transport, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have to make sure that those buses are deployed in a way, sir, that we can get more regularity on the road, Mr. Speaker, sir. And one of the big solutions, I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the Barbados Mass Transit Authority. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that's going to be very, very important, Mr. Speaker, sir. I believe so. And I say so because, Mr. Speaker, sir, the solution to our problems cannot be a transport board solution. If we think that the transport board alone has the solution to our problems, then we deceive ourselves and the truth is not in us. I am saying to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we must look at a total solution. Anybody that is plying their trade on the roads, any public service vehicle, sir, must be held accountable for what is going on in Barbados. The idea that you can choose what time you start working, choose what time you're going out, choose who you're going to pick up, those days have to come to an end, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Barbados Mass Transit Authority must have a strong hand to play in the way we advance in the solution to some of our problems, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have said, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I grew up where when I was going to school, I never really catching a lot of buses because I lived in the Pine. I went to St. Michael's School, and many a day walked down, and many a day walked home. When I did my A-levels, I went to community college. I was actually going to go to Common Mary, I must confess this publicly, but thankfully, the economic circumstances prevented me from making that decision. And I used to walk to community college because from the Pine, it was easy to walk, and I didn't have money to pay 2 bus fares at the time, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I never was in this bus culture that kind of way, but on weekends, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to be able to say that we will support the persons who travel and who own and who conduct and drive the public sector vehicles, the public service vehicles, particularly the ZRs, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we got to be honest. The conversation is always around the ZRs. And I'm not saying that all ZRs are out of control, Mr. Speaker, sir, but some of them. I see it myself. And order must be the order of the day, and this era of recklessness must end, Mr. Speaker, sir. And so we're going to have that conversation with the operators, Mr. Speaker, about how it is that we're going to make sure that Barbadians feel safe when they get into these ZRs, or when they get into public sector vehicles in general. And I want to say that I'm going to have a conversation with them to make sure that the good ones among them, Mr. Speaker, sir, are able, you know, right now ZR drivers complain for ZR drivers. The amount of ZR drivers that have stopped me to complain for other ZR drivers since I took up this ministry is alarming, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we know that we have a problem, and we have to be able to strengthen the Barbados Mass Transit Authority when it comes. That is vital, Mr. Speaker, sir. The leadership of it, the management of it is going to be vital, Mr. Speaker, sir. I know that we're looking at hiring some compliance officers because currently they can only operate in the bus terminals. They have to be on the road. And when we see people acting out of order, this country has to return to order. I began by saying that the reason we are in this position is because it is discipline that gave us the fiscal space to make the decisions that the Honourable Member made. It is going to be discipline on the road that is going to allow us to address a lot of our traffic issues, Mr. Speaker, sir. I see you, Mr. Speaker, sir. 5 more minutes. I'm asking.
I control the time.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. I am asking for 10 more minutes. Mr. Speaker, sir.
I think you want me to express judicial deafness.
Sir,
because I heard 10. I heard the number 10. You can count very well, sir. But you got to get to 2 before you get to 10.
Mr. Speaker,
Continue, remember.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you and you alone control the time in this place.
I'm glad that you know acknowledge that.
Forgive me, sir. I was out of order.
You are forgiven.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've already started receiving some. We put out a WhatsApp number. We put out an email, sir. I've already started receiving a number of suggestions about how we can address some of the traffic on the road. The Prime Minister herself has put forward a suggestion. Members in the community who do work have already proposed many suggestions. For example, dedicated one-way lanes into Bridgetown, dedicated one-way lanes out of Bridgetown. I've heard people suggest, Mr. Speaker, sir, people who know, and permit me, sir, some of these suggestions, permit me to say, came from Carl Williams and that team too. I got some from other persons in construction, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we may even have to do a flyover of sorts across the highway, there by the Bell or under the highway to be able to cross that road because it sends people that way. And we all know, sir, you know what causes a lot of traffic on the morning? Just when you come in, you got to turn right, which means you got to stop the road, the traffic from going, you got to stop and turn right. First of all, nobody wants to let you out. We got to make it easy for people to turn left, Mr. Speaker, sir. But we're going to have these consultations over the next few weeks, Mr. Speaker, sir. I now move on very quickly, sir, as I come close to the end, to the licensing authority, Mr. Speaker, sir. The licensing authority, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a very important part of our system. And there are a number of Barbadians also complain about that experience. My daughter was recently trying to pay her thing online, and it didn't go very well, Mr. Speaker, sir, but it happens. And so we have to find a way to make that work. I already heard and hear again from the MIST staff that they've been already working on some solutions to some of the challenges there. And in drainage, I want to say to the team that we're going to start with a massive drainage program over the course of the next 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we prepare for the upcoming hurricane season. I understand that there's a staff there that's large enough. We may have to bring on 1 or 2 more other people, sir. But we have to make sure that we clear all of the drains across Barbados before the hurricane season starts. I also want to encourage Barbadians to come out and help us clear some of these drains too, Mr. Speaker, sir, especially ones right in front of their houses, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that there's already $8 million for flood mitigation written into these estimates, Mr. Speaker, sir. We talked about retention ponds, and we talked about effective storm water management, Mr. Speaker. Sir, there are many other things that I would like to be able to discuss. I know that I am bordering closely to the end of my time. So I want to bring it home, Mr. Speaker, sir. There is a lot of work that has been done in the Ministry of Transport and Works. But like the work that was done for the budget, a lot of it is not going to be visible for a while the problems are visible. But as we were able to wait, Mr. Speaker, sir, for a few years to be able to get a budget that all Barbadians have found favor with, I ask and I implore Barbadians to give us a little time and to give us a little grace to be able to address these problems. I speak to my colleague members and I say to you that I promise you that I will come to each of you one by one. We will visit your areas, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we will make sure that we address the major roads immediately. But the potholes, I believe, sir, cannot take forever to do. I asked my staff, how many potholes in Barbados? They thought it was a joke, but if we're serious about it, we're going to know. How many potholes on Lanes Road? How many potholes in this place and that place? I asked them, Mr. Speaker, sir, when are we going to fix Reese Land in Bredens Hill? The Prime Minister visited Reese Land with me twice. It still isn't done. I promised them that road is going to be done, however, Mr. Speaker, sir. But we have to have an overall solution. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I see you. I want to thank the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the support that they gave us as a government. I want to thank my colleagues for the support that they have given me on becoming Minister of Transport and Senior Minister responsible for infrastructure. We will work together to solve these problems together, Mr. Speaker. So where you have challenges with your constituents, if you allow me to, I will explain in detail what the challenges are, where we can't fix as many roads as they would like at the time, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I am open to conversation as this ministry continues now to be open for business. With those few words, sir, I support this budget fully. I commend the Honourable Minister of Finance, and I ask that the people of Barbados continue to support this administration as we do what we do on behalf of those people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come late in the day. I believe it's only the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast and the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central remaining to speak in this debate. It has been a long 3 days, and I come at the end perhaps when most other honourable members have perhaps pulled apart the entire budget, and I would perhaps want to say at the outset that what remains therefore for me is really to pull out a number of, I believe, the key areas that certainly impact on a number of the households, not only in my constituency, but certainly the areas where I believe have resonated with the people of this country over the course of the last few days. Like other honourable members, I want to thank the people of St. Michael Southeast who have reposed confidence in me now for 4 terms. Like others, I don't take it lightly. This is my 15th year in public life, starting from the other good place of the Senate into this place of the House of Assembly. And those persons, because I have grown with them, literally and figuratively, have become certainly more than simply constituents, Mr. Speaker, but they have become an extended part of my family. I want to thank them for their patience, because certainly after a heavy campaign, all of us, and I think I speak on behalf of all honourable members, we were thrust into a campaign just at the beginning of the year, and all of us have been in this place for the last at least 3 weeks since the opening of Parliament, from the estimates of revenue and expenditure into the budget. And I am sure that we will rejoice at the end of today's session, but certainly all of us will hit the ground as soon as we possibly can after we've had a bit of rest. So I want to thank my constituents and certainly all of the others who have exhibited the level of patience that I believe has been required. Mr. Speaker, I'm also grateful to the Barbados Labour Party for the opportunities that have been presented to me over the past 15 years. And I say that because as I listen to all other members who spoke, I think it is almost the norm now that we only speak to the constituents. And I remember when I spoke in the Constitutional Amendment Bill, I mentioned the fact that we have perhaps conveyed the impression that how we have gotten here is on our own backs, and not often on the back of also a political party. So I want to take this opportunity, for those who have not said it over these past 3 days, to also thank the Barbados Labour Party and its leadership for being able to steer the ship that has certainly guided us and given us a platform which has been sung not only on philosophy, but also on being able to deliver to the people of this country. I also want to join all other honourable members in congratulating the honourable member for Christchurch East Central on his presentation in this year's budget. It was evident that the honourable member has had deep discussions with the key stakeholders, that he understood his mission to ensure that there was, in a sense, something for everybody to take away, and that the budget was clearly shaped against the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and the rising geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, all of which have driven up energy prices and shipping costs, and would no doubt have intensified the pressure on our households across this country. But I was proud, sir, not because the honourable member for Christchurch East Central is a former student of Commonwealth School, as some of you are, Mr. Speaker, including you, as I will never be part of that discourse that places that emphasis on an institution, especially as a former Minister of Education, because I believe that all schools ought to be equal, and that it isn't a case of that some schools are more or better than others. And therefore, I celebrate the honourable member for his presentation, because I believe he is testimony to what free education in this country has been able to deliver. I'm also proud of him, Mr. Speaker, because I recall as a young member, back in 2013, the honourable member would have made his debut into the political fray by an article that was called "Who Will Put the Genie Back into the Bottle?" It was titled "Dispelling Political Myths with Economic Facts." Many of you are nodding, many of you recall We didn't know much about this individual, but when we read that article, given the then current climate, it was clear that what he was saying and what he was analyzing made a lot of sense. And I believe that the honourable member has come full circle today in terms of his presentation, being able to now put that genie back into the bottle. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that all of us have watched him. We've watched him lose a bit of hair. We've watched him turn grey over these last 7 years. We've seen him shouted at on many occasions by the Honourable Prime Minister, a member for St. Michael North East. And we are all, I believe, Mr. Speaker, extremely proud of what he has presented here, but also the individual that has been shaped by difficult circumstances. And I want to commend him as well, along with the team that would have worked with him over those course of 7 years to be able to get us to this point. It is not often, Mr. Speaker, that I would say that I would have to say he has his shortcomings. Sometimes he doesn't answer our calls, but we understand as well that this type of work requires you to be very focused and certainly very disciplined. And as I said, I think that he has delivered in this budget for not just this government, but certainly for the people as well. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we have listened over the past few days to the calling programs, I watched even the comments online, I would have to say, even as I opened the newspaper this morning, that the general sentiment is that this is a good budget. I asked myself, really, is it a case of that people cast their minds back to the days when a budget presentation also had in a little bit of pain? Because I recall sitting on the other side when the presentation included not just the state of what was happening in the international market, but it also brought a bit of pain in relation to layoffs. And I recall the time when we had about 3,000 people being laid off. So if we gauge it on the basis of what people have become accustomed to, I would agree that it is definitely a good budget, because this administration has had a number of programs, whether we call them crash programs or otherwise, where we have had, because of the COVID pandemic, because of the ash fall, because of simply the structural adjustment programs, we have had to bring on people to be able to do a number of tasks. And Mr. Speaker, I speak of those programs where after and during COVID, we had people who were school monitors in the school system. Many of those persons, this administration then turned those individuals into school assistants. I recall we had the program with the ash workers after we were cleaning ash, and what did this administration do? It then sought to not only train up those individuals, but to be able to empower them, to be able to engage them back, to be able to work for government as well. And we have seen program after program where even in the first couple of years, this administration, and certainly this now Minister of Finance, has, instead of trying to take a position where we have to cut, has found a way to integrate, because of the work that they have been doing, to integrate those individuals into the entire economy, and those persons are now working and are productive within the economy. What is interesting also is that when you look at even the spokesperson for the Democratic Labour Party's comments in relation to the budget, as I was reading it this morning, I noted that, again, they are of the view that we have delivered meaningful short-term relief to Barbadians. Their only concerns was whether we have had, or whether we will have, fiscal sustainability, and whether we have perhaps certainly thought out the long-term economic planning. But they are clear that all of the measures that have been identified by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central have been necessary because of what is taking place in the global environment. So whether it's been the reverse tax credit, whether it's been the support for the pensioners, whether it has been the support for the vulnerable groups, whether it has been trying to make sure that we protect the people or disabled persons within various communities. The reality is that we do not seem to be at too much cross purposes with the opposition as it relates to whether these measures are intended to be effective. What, however, is interesting, and I had to take a moment, I am no economic expert, Mr. Speaker, but what I understand in terms of how we have gotten here is that we've gotten here because of fiscal prudence. And by that, it has meant that we have, instead of focusing on individuals and taxing individuals repeatedly year after year, that this administration and the economic team has had to focus now on corporation taxes, with the majority of our monies being accumulated by the corporation taxes, and indeed being able to then take those corporation taxes and ensure that we are able to distribute that towards the benefit of our social service programs. So that's what you see in this budget. You see an administration that has tried to take the burden off of the individual taxpayer, place it by a deliberate attempt to seek out investors who want to come to Barbados, who recognize that we have the stability, who recognize that Barbados is a place where they want to move their main offices and they want to establish in this jurisdiction because for the most part we are more safe perhaps than other territories. And they also believe that the ease of doing business is a lot better in this jurisdiction than it is in others. They've also recognized, Mr. Speaker, that we are making the adjustments that they have also asked us to make in relation to doing business by creating now Business Barbados to be able to help us to attract that investment. So we're not just trying to attract any investment, but we are trying for the most part to attract the level of investment that is going to give us the corporate taxes that will help us to be able to build out our social programs. I recall, Mr. Speaker, being in this place when there was a huge debate regarding whether Barbados is more than an economy, it is a society. And I feel as though we have come full circle whereby these measures in this budget in particular, we are starting to see the fruits of the labor. We are starting to reap the harvest to be able to not only drill down and get investment to Barbados, but also to make sure that that investment is now able to help us to build out our society as well. The Barbados Labour Party has often been criticized as being the party of big business, of being able to see the big vision. So our leaders have always been people who were not living for this time, but people who had the projections and the visions of what a Barbados could be, that always felt that Barbados could punch above its weight, that could see things that sometimes it felt like the ordinary other members of a cabinet sometimes may not have been able to see. We have been fortunate as a political party to have had such visionary leadership. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud as well, as I am sure all other honourable members are, to know that in this day and age, this day of our Lord, this year of our Lord, that we are part of a political party, of a government that has the leadership of the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East at its helm. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because if we had given this course that we are on to anybody else, I believe that the last 7 years would not have been able to bring the fruits of the labor that we have been able to see manifesting while we are certainly alive. It is not by chance that in the last 7 years, Prime Minister has flown the Barbados flag, has taken her vision to the world stage, and I call it if I can, Mr. Speaker, the mere factor that has gotten us to this point, that has given the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central the opportunity to be able to craft a budget that is not only relevant for the times, but also has allowed us to have the fiscal space, because on the international stage, people now listen to Barbados. People now want to hear what Barbados has to say. And it is not by accident that we have a leader who has been able to open up that fiscal space, because people are listening, not because she's talking for Barbados, but she's talking for all other small island states. And in turn, she is talking for the world. So when we talk about global leaders, I humbly and respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker, that we are now talking about our own Barbadian Prime Minister, who has been able to blaze her own trail in the global market to be able to give Barbados the recognition that it has gotten over this tenure that she has been on. I say that, Mr. Speaker, too, because I have been fortunate now to not only hold two main ministries, education and public works, also at one point water, and now Ministry of the Environment. And certainly in the last few weeks, I have had the opportunity to see another dynamic of the leadership that we have been blessed with in this country. I say that without fear of contradiction, Mr. Speaker, because whether it has been the position that we have taken in relation to education transformation, whether it has been our position as it relates to being able to secure international financing to be able to build out road infrastructure in this country, or, Mr. Speaker, as we are recognizing more and more with the Ministry of Environment, that there are a number of funding institutions, global institutions, that have provided the financing to this country, not because they simply like us or because they like the sandy beaches that we have, sir, but because they believe that because of the fiscal prudence that we have been able to demonstrate and the voice that they hear on the world stage, that this little island is on the correct trajectory to be able to develop this small island as a proper developing state. I speak, Mr. Speaker, of some projects that I have been working on in the Ministry of Environment that has been also as a result of the work done by the Honourable Prime Minister on the world stage. When we talk about the US $52.9 million Climate Resilient and Sustainable Integrated Coastal Zone Management Project, which is funded by the ADB, we're talking about a project, Mr. Speaker, that is designed to be able to strengthen our climate resilience of the Barbados' coastal zone while supporting climate resilient economic development. This has not happened by accident, Mr. Speaker. In this budget, we talk about ensuring that all the work that has gone into play by the Ministry of Tourism to be able to get people here, as he said yesterday, to be able to get an additional flight from the UK to Barbados, that we have a coastline that we can put infrastructure in now to be able to develop, to make sure that when the people come here and they not only enjoy their vacation, but that they are seeking to invest, that we are able to deliver a coastline that has been upgraded, that is more resilient than it ever has been. That is not by accident, Mr. Speaker. That is not by accident that we are talking about the revitalization of a bridge town, or that we've been able to access a Saudi loan to be able to upgrade the urban corridor. It is not by accident, Mr. Speaker, that when we talk about the budget, we can't talk about the budget in isolation, because all of these other funding agencies have been providing the assistance to allow Barbados to be able to build out while we have been able to create the fiscal space to do the things that are necessary on the home front. So when I speak about the engineering and coastal infrastructure works, 48 million US, Mr. Speaker, for areas which we have identified from Clinkets in St. Lucie, to Mullins in St. Peter, to Sand Street in St. Peter, to Oystons in Christchurch, all the way up to St. Lawrence Gap to Rockley. We are talking about upgrades to coastal infrastructure that allows the people who are getting on those planes to come here, the people who want to invest, to be able to have something that they can be proud of if they want to invest. It also means that the people who are already on island, who have invested heavy sums of money because of the work that we've done to stabilize this country, that those persons can feel a comfort by knowing that the work that our Prime Minister and our leader has been able to do on the international stage and her economic team, that we are now in a position to make sure that we protect our coastline. But it is also not just for the people who come in, Mr. Speaker. It is also for ordinary Barbadians, because our first priority has always been to make sure that we protect the coastal areas. Because for people like me who grew up in Brandon's and who grew up at a time when the water used to come down Brandon's Gap from the ocean, and who was young enough to see the build-out of a Spring Garden Highway, is looking forward to the fact that we are at a position now where we have to expand that entire area that we consider the Bridgetown Harbor, the Bridgetown Port, to make sure that we protect our fishermen, that we protect the investment that we are making to be able to upgrade the fishing harbor, that we are able to protect the investment that will make us more relevant when it comes to shipping and when it comes to people who want to bring their luxury liners into our shores, but also to make sure that we protect the people who live down in Brandon's Gap and Deacons Road and in the farm, to ensure that their properties are also protected. So this budget can't be seen in isolation, Mr. Speaker. This budget has to be seen against a background of things that the Honourable Prime Minister, a member for St. Michael Northeast, has been doing on the world stage that has given the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central an opportunity to speak to diversification and to speak to growth in this economy as well. This budget has also tapped into a very important sector for me, the film industry. Most of you know that my background has been in the creative industries as an attorney, but also in the entertainment business as well. And Mr. Speaker, I applaud the efforts of this administration to ensure that we seek to diversify the creative industries. And we do so by creating the incentives that are necessary now to be able to get persons to invest in Barbados who are interested in being able to develop the film industry. Now, granted, this proposal was announced 2 years ago, but we have spent considerable time consulting with the various stakeholders to get to the point where we are now in a position to look at the tax regime and to perhaps move to the point where we can have a legislative framework to be able to allow not just people who want to come in to be able to shoot films on this island, Mr. Speaker, but to ensure that the people who are locally either creating films or want to participate in film production, whether that be music, whether that be behind the camera as a director, a producer, a stagehand, or any other skill set that is necessary in this sector, that we are now seeking to be able to empower them. So I applaud the Honourable Minister for being able to include this, and I know the Honourable Prime Minister, this is near and dear to her heart. But I would only ask that coming out of this budget that we now accelerate the legislation, that we establish the Film Commission to ensure that this is overseen, that we ensure that we have not just those who are looking out for the local market and development of the talent in the local market, but that we also have persons identifying the potential for people to come in to be able to shoot films, because that is where the true money is made. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I recall a number of members in here had the opportunity to view the premiere of a local musical, a Caribbean musical that was produced by a Barbadian producer, with Barbadian music involved, with Barbadian dancers, with music modified that we all know as the hardcore soca, but slowed down to be able to be more familiar to persons living outside of Barbados. The investment in that film, Mr. Speaker, was $4 million Barbados dollars. Because we do not have currently the legislative framework to be able to allow for persons who are interested in spending that type of money to develop a film in this country, what has happened is that they were able to have the film co-produced with a UK entity. And because of the UK legislation, they have been able to get back 25% of the investment made in the UK market from the UK government. Meanwhile, in Barbados, having made a significant investment and having hired the people to work in the film, to provide the content, to be able to arrange the songs, to be able to hire the dancers, to be able to engage the various locations, to be able to show that in a film that depicts Barbados and will make us all proud, because we did not have this framework in place, they cannot get a return of a red cent from the Barbados government or from a Barbados film industry body. And that is what this initiative, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to catapult now in terms of the creative industries. My only caution, Mr. Speaker, is that while we seek to bring people in, we must also tap into the number of facilities that we have now created, from the Carifesta village to the one up Newton that is being built out, that was used during Carifesta, to ensure that we attract people who can train individuals in this sector as well. Because oftentimes we see the 5% when we see it on stage of the work that goes into these types of productions, whether it is a singer, whether it is a dancer, whether it's an actor, we see that 5% work on the stage. We don't see the other 95% of the work that they have to put in to be able to develop their talent. And we can no longer simply just create these opportunities for a handful of people, but we have to get serious about development of our people and development of creatives within the sector as well. And I would hope that while we work on the legislation, that there is an equal platform that is developed to ensure that we equally develop the talent within the sector that is of interest in this area. Mr. Speaker, the framework must be twofold. There must also be certainty in relation to access to financing, because there were funds, I believe, created, for instance, under Arts and Sports. There was also funding created under the Creative Industries Development Act. And we need to make sure that our creatives are clear in terms of the incentives and access to financing to be able to enter this sector. It cannot be simply a sector or an initiative that we develop for a one or two person to come in to take advantage of. This budget, apart from addressing the issues of film, has also taken the opportunity to address some, what I call the growth, or the budget refers to as the growth enhancing measures. One of those, I believe the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central referred to as our focus on bees, because we are bees and therefore we understand what that investment is that is needed to be able to look after bees. But this budget recognizes the apiculture sector as an emerging sector. And I recall, I think it was probably maybe back in 2018, touring the areas around Valerie with the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, and discovering, as we were walking through, I think at the time either rubbing shoulders, canvassing, we discovered an apiary, young people who were involved in beekeeping. And I believe that while it has taken a number of years for us to get to this point where we actually provide incentives within this budget for persons who are interested in beekeeping, I understand, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South has also stated, that when you walk with the Prime Minister, you can't keep up with the Prime Minister, because many of the things that that we see coming to fruition are things that, yes, she sees when she is on the road, and it is just a matter of time before those ideas come to fruition. And so I am happy that many of the people that I met at AgriFest that were involved in making honey, many of the people who were using honey to be able to make the soaps and perfumes and all of these other byproducts, that they now have an opportunity by virtue of this particular budget to be recognized for the work that they have been putting in. Because I remember coming away from there and saying to someone, you know, I used to shadow small business when we were in opposition. I used to go to the BMEX and all of the expos. And it was wonderful to see all of these various entities there, all these pop-up shops, all of these different things being done with indigenous Barbadian products. But then after, you ask yourself, where are these people gone? If you don't take the business card, if you don't know where they are, if they're not within your community, you don't know how to find them after. And I believe that incentives like this, where we are proposing to give a rebate of 50% up to a maximum of $5,000 for the apiary inputs, such as the full hives, the frames, the foundation, the smokers, and the hive tools, will give many of these people who have been operating under the radar an opportunity to capitalize their businesses. And this, I believe, will help them, as I saw many young people also at AgriFest this year involved in helping to be involved in this sector. I believe it will also, this budget will also be relevant to them, not just that provision, but the fact that we have now taken the trust loans from the 10,000 to 20,000, because some of those people already have established businesses. They already have established clientele. But what they are looking for is greater capitalization to be able to allow them now to either invest more in the product or be able to start to have the conversations with BIDC to start looking at export. I cannot wait for the day where I can go to a hotel overseas on one of the trips and be able to see honey made in Barbados in a small package, because we took the time not only to invest in this sector, but to invest in our people. That is what I would like to see coming out of this type of initiative. I will just mention also that NCC has been not only offering a full range of products for sale for beekeepers for the last 20 years, but certainly when I did my initial tour before we got into the fray of estimates, I would have noticed that there is the potential opportunity to develop this even more at the National Conservation Commission. And they have been accustomed to offering programs to be able to train people in how to be able to get into this area. And I feel very strongly that these incentives now give us an even greater springboard to be able to make a call for more people to get involved in this area and perhaps to be able to ramp up some of the programs that NCC has already been doing. As it relates to the micro and small business, the fact that you can not only move from the 10 to the 20,000, but now that you have an opportunity to be able to do the factoring facility, which it is stated here that there will be a capitalization of $3 million, again, gives some hope, I believe, to the small business sector. All of us come across people with great ideas, but many of them do not know how to take their business to market. And I think that this administration has not only listened to the electorate, but we have put into play some of the very low-hanging fruit that a number of people have been asking us to be able to take a look at. As it relates to crime and our investment in our youth, while we invest in gun courts, while we amend legislation and we strengthen legislation, I believe that we must always try to save the lives that we can. And this budget, while it makes provision for all of those things, both the gun courts, the strengthening of legislation, and we have invested heavily in the police to be able to allow them to get better intelligence to be able to do their job, I also recognize that there are a number of programs which support our youth. One of those being increasing the number of young people in the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps to 1,000 students per year. I wholeheartedly support that. We have seen from the time we came to office the transition that has been made by many of these young people that people have at times discarded. And we've been able to not just put them in a program, but we have also been able to give them the necessary skills that can allow them to be productive citizens. And I fully support that this program will be increased in terms of its numbers. I would support us trying to recruit individuals even earlier, and certainly making as much PR out of the fact that we have been able to transform lives, because it is only when people see that other lives like theirs have been able to be transformed. People who didn't think that they could get a skill, who didn't think that they could go into anything productive, that is the things that inspire people, and I think we need to communicate even better to the public on that. The Ministry of Education Transformations announcement that we will make it mandatory from September of this year for students to participate in either a uniform activity, service club, or a sporting group is also mentioned by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. And why is this important? Mr. Speaker, it is important because sometimes the only place that you will have that father figure, because you don't have it in your home, is going to be in one of these organizations. And we all know the challenges that we see in our households. Prime Minister knows that when I was Minister of Education, we had these conversations, and it revolved around the fact that sometimes people had to choose. I've seen parents choose which child to send to an extracurricular activity. which child to send to brownies, which child to send to guides, because you can't send all 6 children because you don't have the money for the uniform. You don't have the extra money to be able to do the things that you would like. And we at the time didn't have the money to be able to invest in a program of this nature. But I believe that being certainly responsible for a constituency where I see the fallouts in the households and I see the shortcomings, that something like this must be welcomed and encouraged to be able to ensure that our children have the opportunity, not 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 10, but that every child has the opportunity to be part of a sporting group, to be able to make sure that the boots can be paid for, because you don't just want them to be a part of it by signing up. But I believe that this is where things like the corporate entities can come in, where they can also help to sponsor young people. And I hope that the Minister of Education Transformation will take the opportunity to engage those corporate entities, to bring them on board to help to provide the supplies and the necessary clothing and other materials that are needed for these children to fully participate in these types of programs. The other thing that we have done is that we have sought to engage the church and the faith-based organizations by way of a $5 million fund, which will be established to allow them to participate in community-based programs. Again, when people talk about, well, where are the programs for the young people, if we're always talking about the locking up people, well, here are the programs. Here's another program to be able to allow our society, the wider society, to be able to get involved. And I recall that when we were having the spikes in gun violence, there was a consultation held with where the minister at the then time, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, had the opportunity to present to the private sector, and all of us were part of a consultation. And I recall that that presentation disclosed the types of communities that the private sector needed to be aware of that were vulnerable communities, where we were seeing the spikes in violence. And I believe that while we speak to churches and faith-based organizations, that this opportunity ought to be extended as well to the corporate entities to be able to get on board as well. There are also existing programs in communities that also require the support. People do not have to reinvent the wheel. There are people already in communities sacrificing their time, their energy, and whatever little bit of money they have to make sure that they provide stability for our young people in communities. I therefore encourage the churches, the faith-based organizations, and hopefully the corporate community to seek out those persons and don't seek to try to do things that only are new, because you have people already doing it. Same thing with the breakfast programs. While, again, I support the breakfast program, which will be instituted later this year, you also have in communities from St. Philip to St. Lucie, people who, whether at churches or whether within communities, that are already doing it. We do not need to reinvent wheels. We need to find those people, and wherever we can, integrate those individuals and groups within the existing, the programs that are to come. We have also looked at a global Young Bajan fund, which is going to have $2 million. And I recall supporting this when it came up first in discussions regarding the manifesto. I look forward to the framework being established on this, and perhaps even consideration to lowering the age at some point, because the age currently, according to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, is starting from 15. And while 15 is that very delicate age where I suspect the view is that they will take in a lot. They're getting ready to go off perhaps to college or to university, and perhaps their view at that point is a little different from a younger child. I have also personally seen the benefit of young people under the age of 15 being exposed through sports, going to another country, going to play cricket or going to play football in another country or netball, and being able to tap into all of the things that we are seeking here to do, to look at the people's economy, to understand how it works, what are the things that people do different to Barbados, to understand their culture, to be exposed to going to places that they would ordinarily not go. And therefore, I feel that perhaps even not if it's not in this budget, Mr. Speaker, through you to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, I believe that we have to provide the necessary resources to be able to allow more sporting groups and more community groups to be able to travel. Let us not fool ourselves that parents always are going to be the ones who are going to take children on these types of trips to give them exposure. Sometimes within the bosom of communities, it is people who stand up to be counted that are the persons who are the ones that organize it. You may get a parent or two. And for those who go to football, you will see it. Many times it is the people who have invested in the football coaches, the team around the football, that are the ones who are at the forefront of making sure the children get something to eat. They're the ones at the forefront of organizing the tours and scrunting the money to be able to make sure that children can get an opportunity to get on a plane to go and play somewhere else. I have seen the benefit of people coming from Trinidad and St. Lucia and Antigua to Barbados, staying within our schools up at Parkinson School and being able to play on the pasture up at the Parkinson's area. There is a transfer of knowledge, a transfer of skills, but there is also a transfer of culture and habit that is a great and significant benefit by us as a people being able to encourage those things. So I support it, the Global Youth Beijing Fund, but I would just add the additional that perhaps when the time permits and the finances permit, that we look at making sure, whether through this fund or making sure that the Ministry of Sports and Community Development has the necessary resources to encourage those types of activities for groups, dance, sports, and other cultural groups to be able to take children overseas. The other area, Mr. Speaker, that I believe will help with a number of our young people is this Chapman Challenge, the $500,000 to cover the Secretariat costs. I believe that this has the ability to be replicated across all communities. We name it, I believe the Honourable President, His Honour has called it the Chapman Challenge because of his close connection to that particular area. But I believe that we have an opportunity to be able to replicate it, because I have no doubt that once his hand is over it, that it will be something extremely phenomenal. So, Mr. Speaker, I fully support this budget. I believe that it has touched on the areas that are certainly near and dear to Barbadians. I look forward certainly to us being able to do the implementation. The budget also speaks about the modernization of the public sector, because many of these programs and policies often fall down where we do not have the necessary resources to be able to make sure that we can implement. But I believe that we have some good policies that have gone before, and I have no doubt that with the Honourable Minister and Member for Christchurch East Central at the helm, along with the visionary leadership of the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, that we will do right by the people of this country. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am truly honored to rise and speak in this budget debate of 2026. And please allow me to start by thanking, first and foremost, the people of Barbados, who just about, 5 weeks ago, gave us an overwhelming mandate to continue the task of securing the governance and the stability, first and foremost, of this country, which we all love, but equally the individual households and creating opportunity. I indicated on the night of elections, when the results became known, that we will remain focused on three things. One, to continue to stop poor people from being poor, because we understand where we are positioned in the whole development trajectory since the 1920s. And you may ask why I choose to go back to the 1920s, because I appreciate that the political entities which exist now really was the outflow of the work of the Right Excellent Charles Duncan O'Neill. For 100 years, we have had the willingness to move for organized activity to uplift the quality of life of the people of this nation. We said, secondly, that we will continue to remove injustice where injustice is found. And whether that is within the social spheres or whether that is within the economic sphere, we have a responsibility, and we are not by accident a Labour Party. We are by creation and design a Labour Party. And thirdly, that we have come to create opportunity. Opportunity for Bajans wherever they are found, predominantly on this 166 square mile rock, but wherever they are found any part of the world and are advancing the cause of humanity, or through their own individual prosperity can create and give opportunities to others there or here. I start here because I want to thank Bajans, truly, for listening to us as we have listened to them, and for giving us this opportunity for continuing, especially, as I will come back to shortly, at this very difficult and perilous time in the world's affairs. But I want to thank the people of St. Michael Northeast as well, because as you appreciated, I really did not expect to be here for a third term. And in spite of the fact that I could not apply myself individually in person, even though I have an extensive network who I really want to thank, who helped me manage St. Michael Northeast, it is always difficult for a Prime Minister, particularly in the Westminster-style system, given the responsibilities that attach to the office nationally. And I therefore do not take them for granted, from Exchange Hill and Bibby's Lane to Huddersfield Turning, Jackman, Skeets Road, Bourne Village, to Jackson, to Friendship Terrace, and all what I call behind BIM, for those who are old enough to remember BIM Factory, down to Codrington Hill and Green Hill and Story Gap. I see the older ones among us smiling, so they all know who they are, and the young ones saying, what is BIM, other than the short name for Barbados? We're talking about Bibley Street, right? But to those across Grisettes and Long Gap and Whitehall, and to those in Bush Hall, of course, which is the most populous part of the constituency. I have been with you, and you have been with me, even if not always here, because I remind the younger ones of us that in my first encounter, I did not make it. But on the very next day, I was there with the people. In fact, on the same day, because the result came through after midnight, and by midday, I was back on the ground. And that, however, is not what I measure my relationship with. I measure my relationship with the first time I came to interact with the constituency in 1989, which would mean that July this year would be some 37 years, a figure that sounds older than most people, and one that I do not normally like to remember, because it really says to me that 4 decades of representation is around the corner. But I give thanks for that. So I want to thank the people of St. Michael Northeast. And I want to thank the members of Parliament, because this has never been a one-person show. This has always been about the collective effort of those of us who have come together to represent the people of this country, and that you have been able to command and enjoy the confidence of those whom you represent, not once, not twice, but in most instances 3 times. Other than for those who have now joined us, and I'll come to them shortly, I want to say a tremendous thank you, because this term will promise to be, at one and the same time, the most exciting and yet the most challenging that we will have to face. There are some among us who are new and here for the first time, and there are some among us who are renewed in their existence in this Parliament, who reminded us that their maiden speech can come twice. But suffice it to say that I do believe that those of you who have joined us on this journey can add significantly to the effort, both in terms of your passion, in terms of your breadth of interests, but equally in terms of your generational perspective, which is very different from that of those of us who have perhaps walked a little longer than you on this path. I learned, and I say to you, that I was the youngest member of Parliament in 1991 in the Senate. I was the youngest member of Parliament in 1994 in this House. I was the youngest member of Parliament in 1999 in this House. And therefore, for over a decade, I was the youngest member of Parliament in Barbados. And therefore, when you ask me why I have chosen to ensure that we have put young people in Cabinet, in the House of Assembly, and in the Senate, it is because I have not forgotten the place from which I have started. And I come to thanking the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. He has been steady, solid, competent, capable, disciplined, sometimes hard ears, but so am I. Resilient. Resilient, he says. This journey has not been an easy one. And he has walked with me along this road in stabilizing this country's economy and bringing us to the position today where, in spite of the global challenges thrust upon us in the magnitude in which they have been thrust, we can still play some shots while keeping individual households sheltered. That is no mean achievement. He mentioned, as others have, but it bears repetition, that our vital signs are correct. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas said the ones that should be up are up and the ones that should be down are down. And he was absolutely correct. We have never seen unemployment as low as it is in this country, but it is not low enough to cause us to be complacent, because we know of the existence of underemployment, and we know that if we sweep the corners clean, we can still get unemployment down lower. We have seen our debt move from 178%, come down to 119, back up to 152 in COVID, and now down to 93.5%. Indeed, if we get the GDP of 2018, which was just about $9.5 billion, we are on track to seeing the doubling of this economy in less than a decade under the administration of this government. That is no mean achievement either. We have seen our reserves continue to remain over $3 billion, even with the scale of economic activity that is taking place. I well remember, as the young member of this Parliament, us being happy when our reserves reached 10 weeks and 12 weeks. Our reserves have hovered between 27 and 32 and 33 weeks, depending on what particular circumstances we were facing, either in COVID or indeed with the renewed growth that is taking place in this economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have had 18 straight quarters of growth. There is no prime minister any part of the world, no president any part of the world that would not be proud to stand and say that we are on the cusp of 5 straight years of economic growth in this country. And Mr. Speaker, I could not have said it better than the member for Christchurch East Central. We're not on a black list, we're not on a gray list, we're not on a brown list, we're not on a orange list, we're not on any kind of list. And if you remember Gabby's song, you know you don't want to be on any list at all. So that we start there. But the one thing that has defined this government is that those achievements could never be enough. Because as long as there are poor people, as long as there is injustice, and as long as it is necessary to create opportunities for people, there is still road to be trod. There is still work to be done. And I want to contextualize today because many people have started, and I get it. If you watch the man on the opposing side hit a triple century, you have to find something to say to make copy. Newspaper copy, social media copy. And the government is not perfect, so you will find some things to say. But at the same time, as was the judgment of the majority of Barbadians, we are meeting their expectations where they expect their expectations to be met. And that is why I describe this as a people's budget. And that is why I say that we not only met people where they are in their households and in their small businesses, but we have also addressed the bigger issues of the structural transformation of this economy. Some have said they don't see it. Well, let me help you see it. Because you don't see it because you don't appreciate context. I get it. I get it why some may not want to appreciate context. But let us be very clear. A budget is but one tool in the arsenal of a government. And a budget is intended to be able to determine how money will be spent and raised in the next year. It is against the backdrop of a development plan, a strategic plan. In this case, our government has chosen the BERT programs to be the anchoring mechanism of what we do. The first BERT program was intended to stabilize the economy. Mr. Speaker, it was successful in so doing. The second BERT program was intended to fuel growth. Mr. Speaker, I just reported to you 18 straight quarters of growth, and because I know what the governor of the central bank will say in a few weeks, because we know what the indices were for the 19th quarter, we will soon hear about 19 straight quarters of economic growth in this country. Mr. Speaker, the budget that is before us is anchored in the BERT 3.0 program. And the BERT 3.0 program is focused fundamentally on competitiveness and productivity. And it is so focused because we accept that if we want growth to be both sustainable and inclusive, there is additional work that we need to do as a country, and as a people, and as a government, and as a private sector, and as a labor movement. And I'm going to come to these today Because very often we talk about things without appropriate context. And what is needed now is context to remind us of the mission and to summon from us the will, the commitment, and the discipline to do the long walk on productivity and on competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, I stand where every Prime Minister of Barbados has stood before on this issue of competitiveness and productivity. And I say so because it is yet to be attained by us as a nation. I'm not going to speak to the pre-independence times because those were times shaped and molded by people whose interests were not ours. And even if there was maximum productivity there, it came at the result of humanity. And I say so knowing that this is the parliament that passed the 1661 slave code that dehumanized black people the world over, and which was followed by, regrettably, too many other colonies in the Americas. But I'm talking about a post-independence Barbados. The Right Excellent Errol Barrow gave a mirror image speech and summoned us all to the possibility that we should seek to be able to do more and be better in terms of our competitiveness and our productivity, and he referred to the Singapore experience. Tom Adams, the Right Excellent John Michael Jeffrey Manningham Adams, in my view, the founder of the modern Barbados economy, spoke equally to the issues of productivity. Sir Harold St. John didn't have long, but for his whole life in the productive sectors, that was his mantra. Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, even as he went through the challenging 1990s, reminded us that the only way we would be able to truly get out of this was by becoming competitive and by seeking to develop the productivity that will allow us to be able to push the days of catching up behind us. And to his credit, will always go, even if in the most challenging of times it came, the birth of the Barbados Social Partnership, which reflected the will and the DNA of this country. Others have tried, but never with the success that we have, because fairness is fundamental to the Barbadian DNA. The late Owen Seymour Arthur, who truly then put the modern economy on fast track, and who, with the will of the Barbadian people, had 3 terms to be able so to do, so that the whole question of the Fair Trading Commission and the competitiveness and the fairness became an issue for him. And I can go on with the other things, but he too came to terms with the changes in behavior from early in the first term, when he stood where I stand today and reminded us of the importance of savings in a small, open economy such as ours, and that savings could not carry us only for consumption, but needed to be used for productive purpose in this country. I go to his later days, I believe it was 2005 or 6, in this same estimates debate, where the then Prime Minister reminded us that we were reaching a point in the affairs of this nation where we could no longer guarantee entitlements because we had reached our capacity, and that what was required of us is to manage what we had better, but to grow the pie, to grow the pie. The Honourable David Thompson did not have enough time, but even in his little time, he spoke to the importance of productivity and behavioral changes and competitiveness. And while I disagree with much that the former Prime Minister Frandel Stewart did, it is true that he too spoke to the necessity for us to achieve productivity and competitiveness as a nation. I therefore locate this discussion for the benefit of those who want to be myopic or for those who want deliberately to wear rose-tinted glasses, or I should say blue-tinted glasses. I say so because our success as a nation in negotiating now what has come to be regarded as one of the most challenging times since World War II, where people speak of the dismantling of the world order, where people speak of the fact that the things that we became accustomed to, even in terms of an international rules-based order, can no longer be taken for granted. Because when we wake up, we are accustomed only hearing rumors of war and the lyrics of Gregory Isaacs. Because that's the generation we grew up in. We really didn't know nothing about war. Talk to my grandmother. Talk to my grandfather. But today, and since 1990, I remember. Because my first election, the first meeting I ever had in Bushall Yard Gap, was the night that the United States was bombing in Kuwait, in Iraq War, the first Iraq War. Then the Kuwaiti oil fields and everything went up. And ever since then, not with the same consistency, but we have seen war continue to impact, first and foremost, when in the Middle East, oil prices, and when in the Ukraine, not just oil and gas prices, but fertilizer prices, which affected, therefore, food and grain costs. But where it didn't affect that, it affected our sense of humanity, particularly in Africa, where famine and war continued to challenge, regrettably, tens of millions of people. Sir, we must come to terms with the fact that the only constant in the world in which we live now is change and turmoil. And this government, more than most, has had to become accustomed to it. I'm not going to regale us with all of the challenges. You know them better than I do. Whether as a result of climate or international economic shock, or as we have come regrettably to have to face in recent times, domestic social turmoil from gunplay. And if ever there was a time for us to summon the people of this nation into one common purpose and trajectory, not just to survive, although we cannot take survival for granted, but to thrive, it is now. And I am satisfied, sir, that the budget delivered by the Honourable Member is but one of the critical tools, in addition to the previous budgets delivered in this House, and I'll come to it shortly, in addition to the Barbados Economic and Recovery and Transformation programs that we have set as a government from the beginning, the process of transformation that we have remained focused on across social and economic endeavors. And let me remind you, for those whose memories are too short, within weeks we determined that we would summon the confidence to manage this economy by reducing our overdraft and by limiting the printing of money, by how government securities would be handled. And we put caps on ourselves, not the IMF, not anybody else, but the Parliament of Barbados, this Parliament. We then went on to introduce a new Public Financial Management Act, which has governed our public financial management and is allowing us, even with the ones, the state-owned enterprises that want to be recalcitrant, we bring them back in because the law demands us to do that. We established a new Procurement Act, not simply to make life more difficult, because in some instances it makes it easier, but it makes it more transparent. But it equally, for the first time, has elements of favoring groups that would not otherwise be favored in this nation. Geographical locations, so that if you want to be able to hire people who come from a particular area, rather than bringing a man from St. Lucie to St. Philip for certain size jobs, you should be able to do that, because it not only gives the people the opportunity to be able to earn in those local areas, but it also ensures that the people who live out there can hold the people accountable, because they know who do the work, and when bad work gets done, they can say, look at you. Disabled persons, small businesses. There has never been a procurement act in this country that favors affirmative action in this way. But we didn't stop only on the financial front, sir. We took a 19th century child justice and child protection framework and modernized it into the 21st century. And I continue to thank the former member for St. James North, who is now a High Commissioner in the UK, the member for Christchurch East Central, and the member for St. Michael South for shepherding those pieces of legislation, of course, under the guiding hand of the then Attorney General, Christchurch East, sorry, not East Central, and the guiding hand of the then Attorney General, the former member for St. Joseph. No longer Victorian and Dickensian stories to be told. And that is not the destination. That is just the bridge. Because as we seek to further modernize our criminal justice system, which has also started and which will continue, and in this budget we talk about not just the gun courts, but we talk about making the first step in raising the establishment of the police service for the first time in decades in this country. And we know we have to reach the 1,531st, and the police have had a number of police fairs in the last year to attract persons. And I've gone further because I genuinely believe that persons who go through the Barbados Youth Advance Corps should be given some kind of credit for entry into the police service and the Barbados Defense Force because of the initial training that they receive in the Barbados Youth Advance Corps. I go further, sir. Separate from the criminal justice reform, we address the Victorian welfare system. And even though the Welfare Act and everything was a 1940s piece of legislation, it reflected a Victorian approach. For those who don't understand what I mean, an approach from Queen Victoria, who reigned in the 19th century then. And you can imagine that is what is informing welfare in a modern Barbados in the third decade of the 21st century. And the member for St. Michael South again led that ably. And the member for Christchurch West Central spoke to it again in here this evening. And that is who is at the center of the benefits in this budget. And in the case of welfare grants, we said do not wait until the new financial year. Increase the welfare grants by 30% from the 1st of March 2026. And Mr. Speaker, that comes on top of a 40% increase in welfare grants in 2020 in the middle of COVID by this government. Do you understand that people in Barbados who are on welfare, who don't choose to be on welfare, but who regrettably find that as their anchor, are receiving 70% more tonight than they received before this Barbados Labour Party administration came into office? Mr. Speaker, cut all the long talk. What does that mean? That a person who was getting $100 now getting $170. And I can assure you that inflation was far less than 70% in the last 7.5 years. I can assure you that we have increased their capacity to move towards a living wage. We're not yet there, member for St. George North, but we are getting there. Because once we set that as an ambition, this government has shown you that even where there is peril and even where there is challenge, we will stay focused on being able to deliver, because we have come to Parliament to stop poor people from being poor. And poverty is not only about economic poverty, it is also as a result of the social things, the abuse, the physical challenges. All of those things help to constitute poverty. And yes, member for St. Michael South Central, through you, Mr. Speaker, intergenerational poverty, dealing with it and getting rid of it is the mission of this government. And that is why the Barbados Republic Child Wealth Fund will be, for me, the proudest moment as Prime Minister of this country, because we are not only securing today for the people of today, as we must, but we have found enough elbow room in there to carry along the people who are not yet capable of taking care of themselves. And when they become capable of taking care of themselves, we have given them a little berry that can give them the first step in life as an adult. Mr. Speaker, I am saying to you that that welfare reform that took the Child Care Board, the National Assistance Board, the Welfare Agency, the National Disabilities Unit, all of them, and took them and put them into a social, look at the name, Social Empowerment Agency. Now, the average person on an island would look at those three letters and call it C, S-E-A. But a Bajan will look at it and call it SEA. Because we want to see her. Because we know that if we see her, that is the first step. If they got mosquitoes in here, something wrong. The first step to love, the first act of love, is being able to see people, hear people, and feel people. Mr. Speaker, we didn't stop there. We have put a new deal in place for the disabled in this country. Never before special needs grants for disabled persons. And in this budget, the recipients of welfare and disabled persons will be getting a cost of living cash credit of $100 a month. You can take it as $300 a quarter, you can take it $600 every half year, you can take it $1,200, or you can take it as you need it, $100 a month. It was almost as if, and when we add the pensioners to this, the contributory and the non-contributory pensioners, and the Minister of Finance, and I bow to his wisdom, has capped it at $50,000 because the tax-free allowance for pensioners has now moved from $50,000 to $75,000. In some instances, giving some pensioners back as much as $3,000 a year. So they don't need the cost of living cash credit that the other pensioners need. And similarly, the persons who get no non-contributory pension or NIS pension, and we have as a society to deal with that issue in a way that doesn't create a moral hazard. Because that comes now to the latter part of my speech when I start to talk about personal responsibility in this country. Nobody owes us a living. Nobody owes us a living. I said it the night of elections. I said it when the cabinet was sworn in. I've said it a few times since. Nobody, especially in this war-torn world, owes us a living. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to you that the new deal for disabled, new legislation, special needs grants for adults and children. Remember, Minister of Finance, the Honourable Minister of Finance has now announced the possibility of special needs trusts. But if we are to talk the truth, that is only for those who have the money to create it. And therefore, the state has to continue to play the role for those families where the persons do not have the money to be able to establish a trust. And I know it. I know it. I keep telling you that I grew up in a household where my aunt, who is deaf-mute, has literally lived with my parents for as long as I have been alive, still living with them at 93. And I'm sure that what goes through my mother's head is who will take care of her if something happens to either my father or my mother. As children, we learned it instinctively because nobody could leave her at home alone. So whoever and whatever you had planned as a teenager, luck bus. Luck bus, because somebody had to stay home with Anita. Pick your choice. So the government didn't stop there. And perhaps the minister should have regaled the other things that we have done. And the fact that we are starting for the first time a program for adult living for disabled persons with the construction of the units at Sterling. The members from St. Philip, all three members can tell you that, and those who come from St. Philip to town can tell you that. Not just for senior citizens, as we've promised, a senior citizens village in every parish, but we've also promised, where possible, a facility for adult disabled persons in every parish. And that comes on top of the excellent philanthropic work that we continue to support, and in some instances also put funds in the Derek Smith Vocational Center, and of course the excellent work that the Sandy Lane Trust and the Barbados Children's Trust continue to do. And in a few weeks, we will have a successor arrangement open for the kids who are too old to be in the Nightingale home and the other children's homes, but who have no bridge to anywhere to take care of them. And that new facility at Bullins in St. James will be that facility that I hope will only be the first of many more that can help those young people who have, for whatever reason, been effectively orphaned, to be able to find their way through life in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have been at the forefront of educational transformation in the last few years. And all the fancy talk by those who don't want to see it, it has been from the introduction now of the school meals in the morning to the continuous training that has been taking place at Eardiston Teachers College for the last year and a half, 2 years, to changing almost every manner in which we deliver education. And we have to. Right now, this phone gives us access to knowledge. But what we can't get out of the phone are the attitudes and values that are necessary to make our adults responsible. And you can only get responsible adults if you nurture responsible children, if you cultivate habits. I heard the member for St. Philip North speak this morning of her concerns and fears, and she's correct in that. We have them too, and that is why we say, and the member for St. James North, who is at CXC meetings today, this evening, in Jamaica, and who I hope will be carrying the message to CXC, that they too have to change and to allow us to understand, as the Prime Minister of Dominica said, we have to change what education means to us in this world and how we socialize our children. This notion of having classrooms with 5 rows and 4 rows and people sitting down in the rows and not being able to work, how to work collaboratively and in teams is wrong. And that is why I'm so proud that Oceana, the new campus there on Bay Street, that is the beachside campus to the Barbados Climate School that is being built on Colonial Road, pass there and see the work being done as a joint venture between the government of Barbados and philanthropy, that we have to literally show the rest of our children and our teachers and our parents how we can change how we deliver education, but that we are first and foremost about raising responsible, creative, disciplined, empathetic, compassionate children. Now, how do we get that? Through habit. And if it doesn't start in the primary schools or pre-primary and primary, you're not going to, as an adult, suddenly get these habits that didn't exist before. So, Mr. Speaker, I say to you that we are in a position to be able to continue educational transformation reform. But I, perhaps more than most, know that this is generational. And this, more than anything else, will take time. And that is why the lead time to the changes in the common entrance exam in terms of how you mark it from only a single exam to an exam plus continuous assessment in class 3 and 4, you had to have a lead time of almost 2 years. And even then, we are also changing how we allocate persons so that we do not only allocate on the basis of educational excellence, but there are other considerations that should determine where children go to school in this country, from Harrison College right back through to any other school. If we don't do it, we are going to create people who do not see other people, who do not hear other people, and who do not feel other people because they live in a vacuum and believe that everybody is a mirror of themselves. And when this is compounded with the fact that social media is an echo chamber and a narrowcaster, then you sow the seeds of this of discomfort and dissonance. No, I don't need any help. Mr. Speaker, we also have reformed our approach to how we constitute national identity. We have done it through, first and foremost, establishing this country as the world's newest republic. That a Bajan should be the head of state of this country, and we are so happy that we are now in our second presidency, and they have both acquitted themselves with absolute dignity and grace that causes every Bajan to be proud. But it didn't stop there. How do you deal with identity? Through education, yes, but through culture, through expression, through creativity, through heritage, coming to terms with our heritage. In this budget, we recognize that Bridgetown, and not just for economic reasons, but also as to celebrate its 400th anniversary as a town. The heritage economy we spoke to in earlier budgets, and the work is going on. The Reclaiming Our Atlantic Destiny and the monument at Newton in the Minister of Finance's constituency. The digitization of records that's taken place as well. Taking the third oldest transatlantic slave records, the second largest transatlantic slave records in the world. The only one larger than ours is the one who caused it to be. We have to be able to teach our people, but at the same time monetize that to create a new sector in our economy, a new subsector within the cultural industries. And Mr. Speaker, sports. Remember, for St. John is leading the strongest and most vigorous renewal of Barbados' sporting facilities to be able to give Bajan young people a true chance at global excellence. I have said that sportsmen and artists are global citizens, and that they do not, nobody don't ask them for a visa. This they come. Look at how countries across the world are now trying to buy people to come and run for them under their flags. I saw only 2 days ago a social media ad from the Guyana female football team asking Guyanese women who play football any part of the world that if they want to come and represent Guyana, they should come. I have seen Bajans on social media recently hoping that Obadiah Thompson's son and the son of a gold medal winner and his mother, don't matter what happened, she had the talent. That hoping that he would want to choose as a citizen of Barbados to run for Barbados, because citizenship is extended downwards. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am not going to dwell on that. We have also seen tax reform. And if the truth be told, Mr. Speaker, the biggest amount of tax reform in this country came in 2019 when we reduced income tax rates and bans. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. We increased the number of people who could benefit from the reverse tax credit then from 15,000, or was it 18,000? 18,000 to 25,000. And that you would get the $1,300, which had been reduced back to $650. Today, the Minister of Finance has come and topped that up to $1,700, $400 more. A 30% increase in 6 years, once again outpacing inflation. We then have gone further and we said in 2019, we introduced something called a compensatory income credit. Well, in the last election, because that's a little too difficult to understand, I called it the government meeting turn. Why? You pay your taxes every month, your PAYE. You file in April, and then by October or so, you get back every cent of tax that you have paid, so long as the government can afford it. And Mr. Speaker, the management of this country's affairs under this government has allowed us to give back to people every cent. People earning between $25,000 and $35,000 a year, or just over $2,000 a month, and just under $3,000 a month. And we've given you back every cent in tax that you have paid once you file. This will now be available not just to people earning just under $3,000, but it goes up now to people earning the equivalent of $4,166 a month. Mr. Speaker, you know that that's the majority of Barbadian taxpayers? Do you know that that is the majority of Bajan PAYE taxpayers? That effectively, if you are earning $50,000 or under, you will end up in most years, if not all, paying no income tax in Barbados. There was a time in this country, I was reminded recently, when the big hullabaloo was whether you would get 15,000 tax-free and a whole government get cat-spraddled, and the Labour Party lost its way on that 15,000. And the only thing resembling that moment and now is that 15 and 50 start with the same FIF. That is where we have carried this country in spite of being in an IMF program. 2 IMF programs. That is where we have carried this country in less than 8 years of economic stewardship. And Mr. Speaker, we indicated that we would also, in that tax reform, seek to do something for the middle class. The truth is that I had hoped to do more. The truth is that the Minister of Finance had hoped to do more. But the truth also is that war broke out in Iran. And as we speak today, somewhere around 3 o'clock, I think oil prices were at $108 a barrel. When the Minister of Finance spoke 2 days ago, 48 hours ago, it was at 105 and change. And today, as we speak, bombing has taken place on other natural gas facilities. So that we felt it was important to keep faith. Pension has gone from 50 to 75,000. Cost of living cash grant to pensioners, special needs grants, and welfare recipients. Reverse tax credit extended to those earning 35,000 and under at 750. Reverse tax credit increase for those who was getting it all along. 2 years ago, we adjusted our corporate income tax back up because of the global minimum tax rules, and it has proven to be the right decision, even though we are a little cautious because we do not know what will happen. Thus far, this American administration came in, and even though it will not apply the global minimum tax, it committed to the other countries in Europe and Canada that it will help enforce it, and hence, therefore, the global minimum tax remains a definite reality for the majority of taxpayers in Europe and Canada. And to that extent, Barbados, and what you see here is an increased level of revenue in corporate income tax as a result of that decision. And this government from day one in 2018 was clear on broadening the base of taxation in this country such that not only those who live here contribute to the cost. We had, and we chose, Minister of Tourism will tell you, to put in place an airport development fee from which the majority, if not all thus far, of BTMI's support comes, other than one or two special projects that we asked them to host outside of their core mandate. And they get the 75 million from there, and like last year, it went up to almost 100 million. I believe it will be 100 million again this year. So that it is not only Bajans living here that pay, it is those who visit, who use the infrastructure that help contribute to what we pay here. And I say all of this, that our tax reform is what has allowed us to be here. And for those who believe that everything is in a budget, the Minister of Finance did not carry up in his budget the tax-free land tax to 400,000. That was done before. And therefore I say to those who believe that everything is done in these pages here alone, and want to judge a whole government's performance as if there is no BERT program, as if there is no other economic activity taking place, then you have to step back and look at context. The first $400,000 in land tax becomes subject to zero duty come the 1st of April in less than 2 weeks' time. But this government has been able to manage it. Why? Because we believe that the majority of people who aspire to own a house should not be taxed for that most basic aspiration, which is ownership of land and a house in this country. And therefore, since the majority of Bajans live on properties valued less than 400,000, we have shielded them, while at the same time giving those at the very bottom the reverse tax credit, while at the same time giving those just above them effectively no income tax to pay so long as the government's circumstances hold. And this notion of tax credits has to be understood by the public, because it has been an ingenious way, and in fairness, this is the sum creativity of the entire economic team. I thank the current governor of the central bank. I thank the previous governor of the central bank. I thank Dr. Clyde Maskell. I thank Professor Persaud. I thank all who were part of the economic team. Because what we said is that, look, if we use tax credits, and Clyde was the one, Maskell was the one who pushed it first. If we use tax credits, we do not create that continuous liability on government, because a tax allowance is almost an entitlement. A tax credit depends on cash flow. And we have so managed our affairs to be able to remain faithful to giving back people the tax credits each and every year. And we will continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, we have started, we're not where we want to be, with the reform of doing business in this country. And Business Barbados is there. They're doing their work. We've had some hiccups along the way. One that I really, really regret with respect to the digitization of that. And that is what happens. You know, everybody likes to blame government. But when government goes out to the private sector and the private sector doesn't deliver, nobody likes to talk about it. And the government of Barbados became the subject of a plagiarized form of software that has put us back at least 3 years with respect to our corporate registry, and that is what we've been carrying. In spite of that, we have remained faithful to the substantive changes that must happen, and the minister in this year's budget introduced the new rules for beneficial ownership disclosure. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about this since I first became a member of the House of Assembly in 1994. And that is why I tell you that many of the things that we are doing are deep structural changes. Sir, I have not included land transactions because I've had 2 colloquias so far and we're not finished that. But we are well on our way, because before the end of this year, we must have the modernization of how land is transferred and transacted with in this country, from mortgages right back down. And the Honourable Minister announced at page 94 of the budget the framework for de-risking mortgages for low-income earners. The members of the Cabinet will tell you that I am fixated on this, because if you reduce the price of land and you reduce the price of construction, and you reduce the price of mortgages, then you reduce the price of property ultimately to those. And those of us know that when people have an ownership of the piece of the rock, they have a different relationship with the democracy that they live in. Mr. Speaker, that is why we are broadening the discussion to look at alternative credit assessments, not just the traditional ones that say, no, I look at you, you are not good credit. Out with you, you go. Go and keep renting, don't care how you get through. Flexible debt-to-income ratios. Every set of circumstances is not the same. And we keep arguing internationally that we have to be able to bring appropriate measures to bear based on the size and reality of persons rather than having a one-size-fits-all rule. If that is appropriate for us to argue for the nation-states of the world, it must be appropriate for us to argue for poor people in this country that there needs to be flexible debt-to-income ratios. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that sometimes part of the problem is that a man can pay the mortgage, but he don't have the down payment. We need to have down payment assistance programs, and we can take government, unlike most, can have and be patient at when it receives back the repayment from the individual with respect to the down payment. So if the person, instead of giving me all the money back at one time within a year or 2 or 3, if they go to the credit union or the bank, and the government says, no, I will take the money back over 5-6 years. Instead of giving me $150 or $200 a month, give us $50 or $25 a month. We will take the second mortgage on the house just to make sure that you don't forget that we exist. You understand? Or we will find some other form of security to take with you. Extended loan terms. And of course, Mr. Speaker, all of this has to be anchored by home ownership, counseling, and education. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, we are undertaking major reform in our health sector, and it is too early for us to be able to go into all the details, but I know, for example, that must be the anchor socially of this term, because the member for Christchurch West said it in his debate today. If you don't have health, you have nothing. It's not about health and wealth, it's about health and life. Not about health and wealth, it's about health and life. But, Mr. Speaker, I say all of these things against the backdrop that as well as we are doing, we have challenges. And the challenges is where I want the country, not just the members of Parliament, but the private sector, the households, the labor movement, the workers, to meet us. Because no one owes us a living, and the majority of us do not have options to go anywhere else, including me. So I am very, very clear that we must not only have the political will, as the member for St. Michael South Central said, we must also have the capacity to deliver. I looked at all of the commentaries from the accounting firms. All of them said the budget was balanced in realism. Most of them talked about it having the ability to target economic growth and transformation, but they all raise questions about delivery. And Mr. Speaker, you may ask yourself, what is my primary mission this term? It is delivery. That is why I have enhanced the responsibilities of members of cabinet. That is why the Minister of Finance is the Minister of Finance and not me. That is why the member for St. Michael South Central is the minister in my Ministry for Economic Affairs and Development. That is why I have a dedicated Attorney General. That is why I have split the Attorney General from the criminal justice and legal reform issues, because criminal justice, as you can see, is one of, and fighting crime is one of the key challenges that I will refer to shortly. It is why I have given young ministers and ministers of state opportunity for dedicated portfolio responsibility. One, to make sure that the building code of this country is delivered because our biggest challenge as a small island developing state is, in fact, the climate crisis. My biggest nightmare, besides skills deficit, when a hurricane is called, I worry about the fact that Barbados can lose 50 to 60% of its housing stock, and that is why from the days of the member for Christchurch West coming right through to the member for St. George South and all others, we have insisted that hurricane straps be critical and that where possible, Barbadians must seek to build their roofing structures differently. This flat roof cannot work. All of us know what it is to see an old chattel house in our community with a gable roof so. And when the high winds come, the gable roof still so and the old chattel house still standing. And the ones that got the flat roof, looking up to the stars and the sun when the day come, and regrettably the rain when it fall. It is because we have taken a temporary fix after Hurricane Janet and used it as a standard for 60 years without realizing that we walk straight into the belly of the beast. And we need to change that, and that is why the government continues to talk about from roofs to reefs we have to protect. Mr. Speaker, that is why the member for St. Michael North has responsibility for sanitation and waste to energy, because that project has been talked about for too long and must be delivered. Mr. Speaker, that is why I have insisted on making sure that I bring a young person into the Prime Minister's office to help me with the development of the new program for young people, because I understand the impatience of young people. And I understand that is why for most of them, the only thing they were interested in the Prime Minister to tell me, the one thing I was interested in the budget is the fact that the Minister of Finance take off the duties for the imports that we buy off of the internet, the 100 US to 200 Barbados dollars and more, because they live in a different world. And we have to come to terms with that. But what are the challenges facing this country? Cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And I don't be ashamed to repeat it 3 times, because when I repeat it 3 times, I've known I've put in 3 times the effort to fight it more than any government. The member for St. James Central has led, along with the leader of government business in the Senate. They have both ably led the effort of being able to shield Bajans from cost of living increases in this country. And I dare say, sir, if I pulled out the list of items, about more than half of the items, probably 60% of the items, are still being sold at less than they were in July 2022, today, before, regrettably, what we are likely to see as new inflationary pressures. Ask Delia. I talked about it every night in the campaign in my constituency. And for those of you who don't know who Delia is, I beg you go and meet her fast, 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 because she can be your new best friend. Don't let the rest of the household get jealous, but Delia will be your new best friend, because Delia lets you see that there are supermarkets charging $1 and $1.50 more for a tin of tuna, for a tin of sardines. And you want to know why I am paying that more, $3 and $4 more for a chicken. Because in many instances, where people are not on the main track, they use it as an opportunity to take advantage of the fact that out of convenience, you can come to them and you don't mind paying a little extra rather than going down to a big supermarket to buy what you have to buy. Mr. Speaker, traffic, second major challenge. We can't be talking about a competitive and productivity commission if we cannot be productive first and foremost with our body. How we move, how we get to work, how we get to where we have to go. And if we're spending more and more time on the roads, then it means that you're taken away from the diligent and effective and efficient use of your time. And that is why the overpasses will restart as soon as possible. I expect construction to start in this year of our Lord, and I expect within 18 months that Barbados will have the overpasses that it should have had 20 years ago. Mr. Speaker, I say the same thing with respect to the widening of Highway 2A, but we also know that we are going to have to address the issues from Graham Hall right back up to Newton as well, and whether that solution is widening or whether that solution is another overpass, especially there by the Coleman Junction. The member for St. Michael South said it. When you have a right turn, you're in trouble in this country, you know. You're in real trouble anytime you got a right turn in this country to make. Now, the only good thing, and the member, the Minister of Industry and Innovation reminds me all the time that the price of tunneling has dropped significantly globally. And it may well be, not in my time, but it may well be that in 10 years' time, the price has so dropped that Barbados may well be able to have some underground tunnels that will allow for some kind of rail, subway type system to be able to move from critical parts, not for the whole country, but from Holetown to Bridgetown, from Oystons to Bridgetown, from the Glebe or somewhere else, because you're going to create nodes where you can have other people park and move. And we're doing it now, trying to do it now with car parks and park and ride. We want to put another one just around Waterford, just below. I met with the Deputy Prime Minister and the member for Christchurch West and spoke to the Minister as well for Public Works, because we need to have a major car park facility there, not just for persons going into town, but to accommodate the botanical gardens that is a mass gathering for people, the new National Stadium that is being built, and where Carrie Fester House is, and where the geriatric hospital is. So you have four dense use of four areas, four activities that have a high density of usage that will need car parks. And we're going to have to do the same thing probably at Graham Hall and above Oystons, and we're going to have to do probably the same thing somewhere on the West Coast as well. But this does not rule out the water taxis, which should be an encouragement for persons to get involved in that. I hope that the Deputy Prime Minister will find ways of working with the private sector to be able to ensure that their jetty facilities along the west and south coast that can allow this to happen. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking quickly. Chronic NCDs is a continual challenge for this country, because whether we like it or not, as I said, without health, you have no life. And that is why this government, we didn't put it in this budget, but it is already committed to in the manifesto. And believe you me, we're going for it. We're now investigating how best to mount the battle against obesity. The reality is that in addition to movement, in addition to good diet, there are some people who will need the assistance of medication to be able to get them there, and the world has now found relatively safe medication that can help persons in it. We are of the view that it makes sense for us to put it on the formulary, which one the doctors will have to settle, but it makes sense because if a person can bring down their weight significantly, I am not the doctor. The member for St. Philip North will have to tell me. You can probably have a better chance at controlling blood pressure, a better chance at controlling diabetes, a better chance at controlling all of the chronic NCDs. And whether we like it or not, we know it. We may be the country that produces sugar, but when sugar really ain't good for you, you know, and when things are bitter, more often than not, we've found to find out that it is better for you. We continue to face the scourge of crime. And this budget meets that firsthand. When we were preparing the budget, I said to the Minister of Finance, we can't only come in here with fiscal measures. We have to address the issues that are challenges to this country. And that is why traffic and crime and cost of living and chronic NCDs continue to be it. Last year, the climate crisis. You can't look at this budget alone. Last year, the Minister of Finance, in his first budgetary experience delivery, gave us new numbers for the Resilience and Regeneration Fund. Barbados will be one of the few countries in the world where sharing the burden and sharing the bounty means something, where every single employee in this country contributes 0.1% of their income without cap, and the employers match it, and the government will contribute 0.35% of GDP every year. And if next year we have a bounty, as we might, we will put a little more in there for a rainy day when it comes. Mr. Speaker, we have to have a serious conversation about our vulnerability to international oil shocks. When the 1970s came, this country was set back on its back because of oil shocks. When the 1980s came, we had a temporary blurb. When in 2008, oil prices went sky high again, we were the victim. When, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, and the member for Christchurch East Central gave us the figures there, and they're staggering. And it is going to cause me to call and summon us to a higher purpose and a national colloquium in this country on this issue. We, last year, spent $728 million importing oil. That was the same amount, by the way, we spent in 2019. But when oil prices went up in 2022, when oil went to about $120, $125 a barrel, we spent $1.12 billion importing oil in a country that got sun, that got wind. Oh, what folly is this? Now, the government from day one has said that we want to be able, by 2035, to be able to have net zero with respect to our energy, and to the extent that we use any form of fossil fuel, we want it to be natural gas, which is a clean energy bridge. Sir, we have been hobbled not by anything done by anybody in this parliament, but by the fact that our grid does not have stability without battery storage. We have gone through a regulatory process that has carried us from larboard to starboard to up to down to everywhere, and the only place it hasn't carried us is being able to go and buy the batteries that we could buy tomorrow if we were not the government, to be able to provide battery storage and to unlock over $500 million in the banking sector that is committed to renewable energy. This is the government that does not only want to see that investment in the hands of a few. This is the government that wants, in accordance with Mission 5, to bring about enfranchisement, so that if the Water Authority, which is the largest payer of electricity in this country, decides that it wants to invest in renewable energy, it is unlikely to do so on its own, but it is going to, as we are now about to do, hire persons to do the business plans, get a credit rating for those business plans, so that long-term investors like insurance companies and pension funds can invest along with small individual households as well. Mr. Speaker, this is the way we must go. And I announce here tonight, therefore, that this government will host in April a national colloquium as to how we address this difficult and vexatious problem, such that we do not become hostage to the next international oil crisis, and that we move, being at war as the world is, with absolute speed and efficiency to acquire the batteries necessary to be able to reduce Barbados' reliance on imported fossil fuels to negligible amounts, because we are going to do and find a different way to solve the regulatory problems rather than the long road that it has taken and that has gotten us nowhere thus far. Mr. Speaker, this is at the core of Barbados' future economic stability. If we have to move and find another $500, $600, $700, $800 million, and we have made it clear that is only going to carry us there. $500, $600 million will take us to where oil was at $125. If, God forbid, oil goes to $200, I said to the Minister of Finance, there is no arithmetical solution, there's no mathematical solution to oil at $200. The only solution, sir, is change of behavior. Change of behavior on the part of government, change of behavior on the part of households, change of behavior on the part of businesses. Are we going to wait for that moment to happen in a volatile world? Or are we going to take control of our circumstances and determine what is it we must protect ourselves? We need to make sure that whoever is delivering the energy to people are not exploiting households. We need to make sure that there is no rape of households and businesses in this country. And we need to make sure that if we are creating new opportunities for energy generation, as we have done, we use it as a democratizing and an enfranchising tool for the creation of wealth in this country as well. Mr. Speaker, I give this Honourable Parliament that commitment. And I say to you that I have every confidence that the people coming together with all of the facts before them, without prejudice to the fact, we have law courts. But law courts are not the only reason, the only means by which disputes are resolved. Some people go to court, some people go to mediation, some people go to conciliation, some people go up on the side of the shop and talk together and realize it don't make no sense giving the lawyers money, we're going to solve this ourselves. Mr. Speaker, we can solve this problem ourselves. But this government has been a hostage for 6 years, and because we have 130, love each time I say step back, step back, step back. But I cannot continue to ask the country to step back when all of us can feel it in our pants pockets, shirt pockets, dress pockets, all kind of pockets. We're going to get burned out because there is no mathematical adjustment to $200 a barrel oil. And guess what? We might produce a little oil, but we don't come even near to that, so we will always be victim if we don't use the patrimony of this country, which is the sun that the Lord has blessed us with, and which is the wind that the Lord has blessed us with, and which is also the geology that the Lord has blessed us with, because OTEC, ocean thermal energy, is another form of energy that we may want to explore, and other different developments that are taking place. Mr. Speaker, the final challenge is productivity and competitiveness. And that is why we've established the commission. And I want to thank both the Honourable Member for St. George North and the former head of the private sector agency, Tricia Tanis, for agreeing to co-chair this, because this is at the core. Don't let nobody get you tied up. This is at the core. I have said too often, if everybody just simply did their job and did their job well, we would be far better off. And this government has already shown that where there are gains, we share them with you. Last year, we brought a $300 solidarity allowance for every Bajan over 18 years old. Even the ones that didn't like us get it and smile and didn't want to thank, but they got it. Mr. Speaker, I am saying to you that in every instance where this government has had elbow room, we have given the public servants of this country 3 wage increases in 7.5 years. And we are on the verge now of the regrading of the public service, which we have been working on for the last year, where I expect a number of critical jobs in this country on the front line, in crime, in healthcare, in education, in other areas, to be regraded. Why? Because we need our best citizens going into these areas. You know, it was only during COVID that we understood the extent to which some of the jobs that you take for granted in this country, like the collection of garbage and the working of supermarkets, although I now see that both my Minister of Finance and the Minister of Economic Affairs and the Minister of Economic Affairs has said to me that, and to the country, that they owe their fiscal prudence to what they learned in a supermarket in terms of taking care of the interests of the owner. I want them now to take care of the interests of the consumers and not just the owner as well, as they have already started to show that they can do. But productivity and competitiveness is at the core, sir. And I pray that in the same way we learn to say tourism is our business, let's play our part, or NIS, it's our lifeline, that we come in this generation to understand that as a small island developing state or as a large ocean state, however you want to term it, when I was at Miss Carrington as a little child, he used to tell us that Barbados has no natural resources. Don't mind, we know we have a little oil and thing, but they would say that Barbados, Jamaica has bauxite and Guyana has bauxite and all of these things. The only thing Barbados has is people. And that was drilled into my head from then, that what Barbados has is people. Mr. Speaker, as we go into our Diamond Jubilee, our 60th anniversary of independence, our 5th anniversary as a republic, we owe it not just to those who sacrificed so much for us to do better, but we owe it to those who we are bringing to life as future generations to do better. And that is why the Barbados Republic Child Wealth Fund is central to this government's mission. Mr. Speaker, I say to you tonight that the most important thing for us to do to confront these challenges that I've outlined to you, all of the challenges, sir, the most important thing for those 7 challenges, cost of living, traffic, crime, chronic NCDs, vulnerability to the climate crisis, whether through drought, storm surge, flooding, hurricane, or sargassum, vulnerability to international oil shocks, productivity and competitiveness. The most important thing is for us to trust one another, sir. Trust. Trust is a commodity, sir. I think it was Marie Claire who said, it is like the air we breathe. When it is present, nobody really notices. But when it is absent, everybody notices. It is trust that is going to be the glue between the private sector, the labor movement, and the government, between households, that will keep us together. But I wouldn't end on that alone, because Barbados fundamentally is a religious country. And we have all been taught at Sunday school in Corinthians about faith, hope, and love. And I say simply with respect to faith, because it was in the book of Matthew that we were taught that if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, nothing will be impossible. Nothing. And the faith that we must have as a nation to take that next step into uncertainty, into an uncertain world, one that we do not control the tone or tenor of, is what is going to be necessary, because without faith we have nothing. Mr. Speaker, without hope we have nothing. It has been said to live without hope is to live without life. There are people who see this glass or this bottle and say it is half empty. I want Bajans to see it and say it is half full. I want Bajans to recognize that we have been taught to dumb down ourselves because the British did not want us to rise up and stand as a colony, because they would lose control. But we don't have them to contend with. We have only ourselves to rely upon. And this notion, and I'm guilty of it sometimes too, and in recent years I've had to pinch myself. How are you feeling? So. We find every way to hide. We go to a town hall meeting. Where do people sit? At the back of the room. This must be the generation where Bajans accept that we have control of our destiny, and without being arrogant, we must be confident. Without being arrogant, we must claim our future. And the irony is that our national anthem invites us to do so. Our national pledge invites us to do so. But they must not be words anymore. They must be at the core of who we are. And Mr. Speaker, it is said that the greatest of them is love. It was Mahatma Gandhi who told us that where there is love, there is life. I say simply to you, sir, there can be no love if I don't see you. There can be no love if I don't hear you. There can be no love if I don't feel you. And that this budget encompasses faith and hope in a turbulent world, but above all else, it encompasses love for fellow man and for the fellow Bajan. If it was not that case, we would not be absorbing almost $200 million in adjustments to be able to allow the people of Barbados to be shielded. We thought in the election we were doing it to put more disposable income in your pockets. We didn't know that yet again we were ahead of our time by being able to ensure that for such a time as this, you could have the ability to protect your households and yourselves. I want to commend this budget to the people of Barbados. And I want to say, do not see it in isolation. I have tried to give you context this evening by showing you against what background this budget has come and will continue to be part of. I do not have to speak about coastal defenses in this budget because last year the Minister of Finance announced the creation of the Barbados Ocean and Coastal Authority, whose bill will be shortly before Parliament. I don't have to speak to a lot of other things because we dealt with the creation of 300 extra posts for the Queen Elizabeth Hospital last year. This is not an isolated event, this is a continuum. But I ask you more than anything else, not just to look at this budget, but to look at the times in which we live and to commit that the only way this country can move forward is if the majority of us, I don't get all, I don't fool myself, but if 2/3, 2 out of every 3 Bajans want to move in the same direction, it is enough to lift the heavy weight and to carry us through these perilous times. If anything I want to leave you with tonight is that do not lose your faith, do not give up on hope, and above all else, keep love in your heart, because that is what will get us through these difficult times. I say so not as an idle promise, but as a Prime Minister who has had to lead this country and this government through the greatest challenges since independence. And I am confident that just as we overcame the national debt crisis, just as we overcame the international COVID crisis, just as we overcame the cost of living shocks of 2022, just as we overcame the climate crisis with 2 hurricanes, ashfall and freak storm, that we shall, with the blessings and faith in the Almighty and in each other, we shall be successful in trodding this perilous trail that has been our lot to trod. I want to thank every member of this House, and I want to thank every member of this government. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central for acquitting himself in the manner in which he has. And above all else, I thank the people of this country where I started for having the confidence and faith that this leadership can carry this country where it needs to go in the mission of transformation as we enter our Diamond Jubilee and our 5th year as a republic. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of the House until 7:35 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 7:35 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. You think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended for 5 minutes. This sitting is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, recommittal government notices.
All member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice of a resolution to grant the sum of $279,767,433 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2025-26 as shown in Supplementary Estimates Number 1, 2025-26, which forms the schedule to the resolution, and a resolution to grant the sum of $282,695,065 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2025-26 as shown in the Supplementary Estimates Number 2, 2025, which form the schedule to the resolution.
Vote to government business.
All member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to conclude this debate, and I first want to thank honourable members for their very solid contributions to this 2026 debate, sir. And I thank them because we have been on a journey, sir, a journey that has meant we have all had to dig deep because our country required of us extraordinary sacrifice, sir. And we really have been a solid team. And I really want to commend them for their very kind words. I I thank the honourable member, particularly for St. George South, who reminded me that I have so much to give. And therefore, as his compliment, as the Barry White of budgets, I take that, I take that to heart, sir. I really do. But I also want to thank Beijing, sir. And let me say that I know that I was not here yesterday morning because I had the meeting with the MDBs, but I did listen to the contributions from the colleagues overnight, and I thank them. But as I was sitting here reflecting on how this debate unfolded, I really want to thank Beijing, because last year, sir, we were how was the right word, sir? We were treated to, I think, the worst form of political abuse. I'm very, very serious, sir. Torture, even. And I believe that the Barbadian public did not want to endure anything close to that, sir. And therefore, I thank them for, again, reposing their confidence in all of us and saved themselves, sir, from what potentially could have been an even worse performance had the previous leader of the opposition, by some strange circumstance, found himself here. So I want to thank the good people of St. John for doing that, for doing the rest of the country a huge favor, sir. And I don't say that lightly because we come here to do serious business, and I think we understand the importance of the circumstance that we find ourselves, and therefore I really want to thank again the people of Barbados for their forbearance in that respect. There are three things I just want to highlight, sir, coming out of the budget specifically. In my presentation, when I spoke to the extension of the excise and VAT waiver for the electric vehicles, I omitted this particular part, sir, which relates to the extension, or sorry, the increase with respect to the lower limit for Polter. So I will just make that clear here now with respect to for the public. That with effect from April 1st, 2026, sir, the vehicle loan limit for Porter will increase. Porter is a public officers loan and travelers allowance, sir, allowances. Porter will increase from 100,000 to 125,000 for electric and hybrid vehicles, sir, and from 50,000 to 75,000, sir, for gasoline and diesel vehicles. And as I also indicated, sir, because we were conscious that the circumstance that we are faced with now, and as we were providing the cost of living cash credit to those persons who may have not been as compliant as they should have been, and one of the things that we need to make sure that we encourage going forward is to understand and allow people to know exactly what it is they have in the NAS in an effort to raise greater sensitization, sir. And therefore, with effect from November 1st, which we will be celebrating our 60th anniversary of independence, the National Insurance and Social Security Service, sir, will be required to send to all persons in the workforce, sir, from age 50 and above, an annual statement during their birth month, sir, outlining the status of their contributions so that people will no longer be found wanting or be surprised. They will have enough time, sir, to make themselves right with the NAS, because we really do need to ensure that going forward, the number of persons who do not qualify, that we limit that as much as possible, and that people will have the opportunity to get themselves right with respect to the NAS. And whilst that may seem an innocuous administrative thing, it is important to remind people as early as possible what it is that they have in the NAS, what they will potentially get by way of benefit, so that they can make wrong things right, sir, so to speak, in that respect. And the third thing coming out here, sir, is that the Barbados Manufacturers Association, they have requested some specific exemptions related to food items, some of the things that they produce from the FOB. Customs and the Fiscal Risk Unit have met with them. They're going through the numbers. Tomorrow we'll look at the recommendations to see what the revenue implications will be, because what they wanted, what the concern that there is that with the change in the way that is the valuation, that some of the products that they are producing, they want to make sure that there's still some level of protection there within the context of the market. And therefore, even as we are trying to adjust for cost of living issues, we are very mindful of that. So I've asked the team to look at the pricing mechanism, and I think, as the Honourable member for St. James Central has indicated, in relation to going back to the private sector and looking at the compact, I think that this is a particular area, once we agree what needs to happen in relation to these specific items, then we can come to some consensus in that respect, so that we can still protect jobs in the manufacturing sector, whilst at the same time focus on being able to deliver the intended relief as appropriate. So Customs will publish as I said on Monday, will publish the settled tariffs next week, and therefore giving everybody the relevant clarity that they will need. Sir, I will not this is not a long wrap-up, but I do want to respond to some of the things that I have read over the last 2 days, and I'll do so very quickly. The Honourable Attorney General sent me a WhatsApp yesterday, and I really didn't get an opportunity to read it at the same time. But when I woke up this morning, I read the newspapers, and I saw some of the responses. I nearly fell off my bed, because I could not understand and appreciate how it is that we have economists in this country, one, who have suddenly, sir, found their voices when they were silent, when the debt, fiscal, foreign reserve, growth, everything that was going in the wrong direction, as the Honourable member for St. Thomas reminded everybody yesterday. None of these people, sir, could find any voice when things were going in the wrong direction. And it's particularly disappointing as an economist, because, I mean, I accept that some people may want to find something to pick at, but I think as we are looking to not just ride out this crisis, but really genuinely transform this country, I find it very disappointing to be a part of a profession now where you are not as constructive as you should be. And I say that because, you know, sir, I don't normally get into these things, but we have a very, very, very clear focus now with respect to what we need to do in this country. And I think that all the economists have to pull up their socks, sir, and settle down. Now, sir, I also saw some comments from the Democrat-led party, which I found particularly interesting, because they wanted more details, sir, on the debt profile, which I find laughable, sir. And as I told you, sir, I could have regaled you yesterday with a whole set of things. The reality is that the economy has grown. You heard the Honourable Prime Minister indicate very clearly, sir, that the economy has almost doubled since we took office. And therefore, if you cannot simply recognize where growth has happened, all economists, sir, any part of the world, recognizes growth as it's happening. And therefore, I am concerned about what it is they're teaching at the university if they can't understand what is happening in their own backyard, sir. And the reality is, and I say this in all sincerity, sir, one of them said that they'll give the budget a grade of 6. One said a grade of 6.5 out of 10. Now, on two fronts, I will. You don't depend on those numbers, but the numbers of Christchurch, that is true. I do not rely on those numbers because the good people of Christchurch Central sent me here on February 11th, sir, and those are the numbers. I will get there. I will get there. But on two fronts, sir, this is not an exam. This is not an exam. We are dealing with people's lives. But if it was an exam, sir, I will remind those colleagues that the grades that you've given perhaps are a B or a B+. Perhaps. I got first class honors, sir. A's, sir. And therefore, I don't say that with any bravado. The reality is that we have been practicing this thing, sir, for 25 years. For 25 years. I started at the central bank, and that is where I learned about the Barbados economy in its purest sense. And as we have journeyed throughout this process, sir, the Prime Minister has said we need to do these things, and have gone out and made sure, sir, that we assemble the teams to get it done. And therefore, I do not in any way want any Barbadian to understand or even associate that the effort of this government for the last almost 8 years could even be considered anything close to a B or a B+, sir. This has been an A-class performance, sir, from day one, sir. From day one. But as I say, sir, this is not an exam. We're dealing with people's lives. And I will say this, sir, that they talk about there's no transformation, and you have to, yes, they did recognize that we had to respond to the short-term issues, and they did give some credit in response to that. But here's the thing, sir. We have been priming this economy and this society, sir, for transformation since we came in from day one. We've had to respond to repeated crises. But the reason that we have been able to respond to those crises, sir, is because we said from the beginning we're going to build buffers. We said that from day one. We're going to build buffers. We built those buffers, sir. And therefore, when you ask yourself, well, how are these things going to be financed? We're going to finance them, sir, from the very buffers that we built. And therefore, all of the reforms that we have undertaken and led us to this point, sir, is the very reason why we work so hard. Why the Prime Minister will call you at 2 o'clock in the morning, day or night, to make sure that things got done. Because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow, sir. You never know. And therefore, we are able to finance these things not because we sat down in a room to pleasure ourselves, sir. We get up every day to make sure that when we come here to make decisions on the people's behalf, that we can deliver them. Yes, there are some constraints that will hold us back from time to time, but we have been working, sir, hard every day to make sure that we can deliver for the people of Barbados. But let me say this, sir. I am reminded of that movie, Darkest Hour. And there's a scene in the Darkest Hour, sir, where the cabinet is pleading with Winston Churchill to appease Hitler, sir. And Winston Churchill turns to them and said, you cannot negotiate with a tiger when your head is in its mouth, sir. You cannot negotiate with a tiger when your head is in its mouth. I look at these circumstances that we are faced with today, sir, and the scenarios around which, if this thing goes the way that some people believe it might, things will get progressively worse for the world, because this is unlike anything that any of us have had to confront before. Because you're literally that close to a real world war. That close. And so when I look at the scenarios facing Barbados, I'm going to describe it this way, sir, only for everybody to understand very clearly. I see, sir, a fiscal tomahawk. And a fiscal tomahawk, sir, that could catch paddle everything that we've done in the last 8 years, except that we know who the tomahawk belongs to. We know, the world knows, sir. And so when we set about trying to address these short-term issues, is with the understanding that, yes, if the war finishes tomorrow, things may settle down a little bit. We might pay a little more for gas than we ordinarily would, and that is in the best-case scenario, sir. That's in the best-case scenario. But we are preparing ourselves to make sure that this country, sir, come what may, that this country can respond. You've heard the Prime Minister indicate the things that we have to do in all of our ministries to ensure that our stakeholders understand that whatever you could do today, sir, you finish it today, because you cannot leave it to tomorrow to be done, sir. And therefore, I say to Barbadians, this is perhaps the most serious point in any of our lives. I really hope, sir, that it doesn't go anywhere close to anything like that. But you cannot have people who are supposed to be teaching young students misguided with the information, sir, trying to create mischief when you're in a place of responsibility. I take umbrage to that, sir. And so the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, in her presentation, I don't know if it's coincidence or what, but this morning my wife and I were talking about that very article about who was going to put the genie back in the bottle, sir. And I said to her jokingly over breakfast, I didn't realize at the time that it was going to be me, Prime Minister, who got to, sorry, through you, sir, that it was going to be me who was going to put the genie back in the bottle. But no, we have a war in the Middle East, and as the Honourable Member for St. George South said, it was Barry White, and then as I took from the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East that perhaps I was Aladdin, putting the genie back in the bottle, sir. Here we find ourselves with a war in the Middle East, sir, in the very place where genies are known to be, sir. In the very place. And if we cannot find a way to put this genie back in the bottle in the Middle East, sir, in the Middle East, and people will say the Prime Minister does go all over the world and all of that, and they know that the Prime Minister has influence. Barbados' voice has influence in the world, sir, because any of us as ministers, when we travel, people want to engage with the Barbados delegation. It's not only the Prime Minister, sir, but we have to find a way, we in the region, and whatever may be brewing in the West with Cuba, sir, we cannot afford any of these things. The Caribbean is a zone of peace, and we have to make sure, sir, that we keep it that way. Because all of the work that we have done so far to bring Barbados from economic ruin, we've built a decent level of resilience, sir, but that resilience can be undone by what is happening far, far, far away, but it is close to home, sir. And therefore, I will only say, sir, that in a time of global uncertainty and shifting geopolitical realities, sir, leadership is about not waiting for perfect conditions. It is about setting a clear direction and moving forward with purpose. This budget does exactly that, sir. Supporting our people where they need it most and laying a strong foundation for what may come next. We recognize that with that comes high expectations, not just about what is outlined, but how it will be delivered. And it is precisely why our focus, sir, now is on implementation, turning sound policy, sir, into real progress, and ensuring that every measure delivers where it matters most, sir, in the lives of Barbadians. And as is customary, sir, we will remain agile to ensure Barbados stays on a strong and steady footing. We will continue to do the work, stay the course, and build a stronger, more resilient Barbados filled with opportunity for all. And with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to you. Move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the Appropriation Act 2026.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Order number 4, sir. In the name of the Honourable Leader of the House, to move that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee to consider the grant of sums of money for the service of this island.
The question is that this Honourable House dissolve itself in the Standing Finance Committee. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, there are 2 resolutions. We're going to stay in committee and do both before we leave committee. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Finance, to move the passing of a resolution to grant the sum of $279,767,433 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2025 to 2026 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 1, 2025-2026, which form the schedule to the resolution. Head 11, Ministry of the Public Service, in the amount of $3,349,200.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Chairman, the money is being requested here to support the job evaluation exercise for the public service, as well as the Cloud Suite Human Capital Management Project, which is really the AHR management system, the digital AHR management system for the public service. And with that, sir, I beg to move that head 11 stand part.
The question is that head 11 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 12, Parliament, in the amount of $6,736,745.
Mr. Chairman, the resources under Head 12 covered the renovation of the West Wing, the West Wing project of Parliament, sir, as well as the hosting of the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentarian Conference of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And with that, sir, I'd like to move that Head 12 stand part.
The question is that Head 12 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 13, Prime Minister's Office, in the amount of $63,802,653.
Mr. Chairman, under Head 13, the resources that were spent within this head were the procurement of resources for law enforcement across the country, resources for the anti-corruption unit, sir, under culture, sir, the hosting of Carrie Festa, as well as resources under the general management related to the advance of archive materials. And with that, sir, I'd like to move that Head 13 stand part.
The question is that Head 13 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 14, Ministry of Finance, in the amount of $9,976,662.
Mr. Speaker, the resources under the Ministry of Finance, as you may recall, the Ministry of Finance is modernizing, as well as resources to cover the policy coverage for CRIFSR, which we expanded with the coverage this year. Under the contingency head, sir, these were some resources to reimburse the Bridgetown Port for some expenses that they undertook with respect to the damage from Hurricane Beryl. We also, under the procurement department, sir, had a renewal of our bonfire, our digital platform bonfire for procurement, sir. And with that, sir, I beg to move that Head 14 stand part.
The question is that Head 14 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 15, the Cabinet Office, in the amount of $2,543,383.
Mr. Chairman, under Cabinet Office, as you would be aware, sir, the electoral boundaries would have undertaken an exercise with using the postal workers to verify addresses and as part of the enumeration exercise, and other associated costs with licensing relating to the software associated being used by the Commission. Under Cabinet Office, as well as the Office of the Head of the Public Service, other resources were utilized in terms of records management in order to build out that unit. With that, sir, I beg to move to Head 15 stand part.
The question is that Head 15 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 27, Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, in the amount of $22,694,903.
Mr. Chairman, the resources expended here related to the purchase of 4 diesel passenger steps for Caribbean aircraft handling, sir, as well as other aviation equipment to allow the company to be able to upgrade some of its facilities. Persons arriving in Barbados may recognize a difference on arrival, and therefore these resources here were part of that response in relation to that. So they also would have perhaps seen faster baggage delivery and that is part of the equipment that was purchased as part of this. Under air transport, the air navigation system, simulators were bought in order to ensure that we can enhance the training there, as well as in the maritime space or professional services. And with that, sir, I beg to move to head 27, stand part.
The question is that head 27 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 29, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, in the amount of $157,926.
Under head 29, sir, the procurement of a new vehicle that was written off by the officer, pending the reimbursement from the insurance, and with that, sir, I beg to move to head 29, stand part.
The question is that head 29 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 30, Office of the Attorney General, in the amount of $19,640,157.
Mr. Chairman, under head 30, resources for the Forensic Services Center, sir, which, as you know, sir, is a vital part of the legal system, sir. Under general management, sir, advances to pay outstanding invoices for a conference annual general meeting held of, not sure what that acronym is, sir. The Parliamentary Council's officer in relation to advances for professional services to help with the drafting of legislation in that office, sir. Under administration of justice, there was significant work associated with the Supreme Court complex, and therefore the construction of the 2 new courts that were put in place are the resources that were used there. Under police, sir, software to help the police be able to do their work, as well as in the general police services, the purchase of computer equipment. In last year's budget, we would have announced the budget before, the detectives on duty allowance for them, sir, are provided within this. And with that, sir, I beg to move then that head 30 stand part.
The question is that head 30 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 31, Ministry of Innovation, Industry, Science and Technology, in the amount of $30,317,373.
Mr. Chairman, the major expenses here relate to the establishment of a data center with the subprogram 043. With respect to subprogram 031, GovTech, you would have had the deployment of some deep tech solutions across government in relation to professional services. And as it relates to the BIDC, you would have had acquisition of lands from the Chickmont building, which I think has been transformed into a cold storage facility, as well as acquisition of lands at what is really Kendall, it says Walton, that's the official address, but it's really Kendall Hill, sir, in relation to a mechanics bay for the persons in the Christchurch area, as well as some working capital. And with that, sir, I beg to move that head 31 stand part.
The question is that head 31 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 32, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, in the amount of $3,468,983.
Under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, sir, there was a significant, well, not significant, in almost every area where we have, every country that we have a mission, sir, we would have had the revision of local staff emoluments, and therefore the sums being requested that were advanced, really to make sure that we brought to account the payments made, the extra payments made to those persons, those local persons in the locations of our missions. And with that, sir, I beg to move that head 32 stand part.
The question is that head 32 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 33, Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, in the amount of $16,220,944.
Mr. Chairman, and the significant resources here related to the grants to public institutions to the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation in relation to facilitate severance payments, payment in lieu and compensation during the separation during the year. We also had some resources to the Department of Emergency Management in order to procure emergency supplies, as well as to the prison servicer in relation to compensation for prison officers, that, as well as the replacement of switchgear for the prison service. And with that, sir, I beg to move that head 33 stand part.
The question is that head 33 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 35, Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, in the amount of $8,932,843.
Mr. Chairman, the significant resources here relate to transfers to the Social Empowerment Agency with respect to disbursement of monetary grants for persons of various categories that benefit from them. And then early in the year, sir, as relates to the Transport Board, sorry, not Transport Board, sorry, the Welfare Department, as you would recall, sir, they pay the ridership for pensioners who take the buses, and that would have been the significant resources there. And therefore, with that, sir, I beg to move the head 35 stand part.
The question is that head 35 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 40, Ministry of Transport and Works, in the amount of $63,985,857.
Mr. Chairman, significant resources expended here relates to road rehabilitation during the course of the year across various sub-programs. We have highway construction and maintenance services, residential road construction, as well as within the general purchase of general purpose equipment, which related to the purchase of the 6 pothole patchers and the 1 flail head cutter, sir, for pothole repairs. As we also made a down payment, sir, with respect to street lighting, solar street lighting, which was under the government electrical engineering department, as well as transferred to the Transport Board. And so with that, sir, I beg to move to head 40 stand part.
The question is that head 40 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 82, Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, in the amount of $27,948,804.
Mr. Chairman, under head 82, we had repairs to the Oistins Paynes Bay fish markets, as well as rehabilitation of Paynes Bay and 6 mens. We also had, sir, the acquisition of additional receptacles for the SSA for the SSA, as well as payments to SBRC, sir, in relation to the recycling effort there. And with that, sir, I beg to move to head 82 stand part.
The question is that head 82 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes Resolution 1, Resolution 2, and 4B. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Finance, to move the passing of a resolution to grant the sum of $282,695,065 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2025 to 2026 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 2, 2025 to 2026, which form the schedule to the resolution. Head 83, Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security, in the amount of $22,921,627.
Under Head 80, Mr. Chairman, under Head 83, we had grants to public institutions relating to the payment for, I believe, some molasses tanks, sir, as well as sugarcane haulage and transport, as well as the payments to BESCO, the Barbados Energy and Sugar Company, its transition, as well as the final payments for cane farmers for the 2025 sugar crop. And with that, sir, I'd beg to move that Head 83 stand part.
The question is that Head 83 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 84, Ministry of Labour, Social Security and Third Sector, in the amount of $2,297,787.
Mr. Chairman, under Head 84, we had additional resources for meetings of the social partnership. Significant resources here related to, as you would remember, sir, at the end of the last financial year, we transferred monies to the NIS to be able to pay the solidarity allowance. And these sums here were the extra payments in this financial year that we required to complete said payments. Additional resources for the Employment Rights Tribunal, sir, in terms of the job registers program as well. And with that, sir, I beg to move the Head 84 stand part.
The question is that Head 84 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 86, Ministry of Health and Wellness, in the amount of $76,984,912.
Mr. Chairman, under Head 86, significant resources in relation to the QEH. Firstly, sir, the procurement under the EIB funded program, 4 projects, the QEH Waste Management Solutions, sir, the Alliance Eye Care Center, morgue refurbishment project, as well as IT and health information systems covered here, as well as monies to cover salaries and other operational expenses at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. We also had additional resources, sir, for the medical aid scheme being expended and other works and renovations being done at the St. Thomas Outpatient Clinic, as well, sir, as resources that we had set aside wanted to target and focus public education around chronic non-communicable diseases, comprise the allocations being requested here, sir. And so with that, sir, I beg to move the Head 86 stand part.
The question is that Head 86 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 91, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, in the amount of $12,202,751.
Mr. Chairman, we were able to provide resources to ensure the maintenance of a number of facilities managed by the National Sports Council, as well as completion of the first phase of the 400-meter track at the Wilde Gymnasium. And with that, sir, I beg to move that Head 91 stand part.
The question is that Head 91 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 93, Ministry of Lands and Housing, Lands and Maintenance, in the amount of $6,200,000.
Mr. Chairman, Head 93, we provided resources with respect to the cost of engineering services, payments to contractors with respect to the electrical upgrade of the units, as well as resources to cover the operational expenses, sir, in relation to salaries and wages for 2 months relating to the National Housing Corporation. And with that, sir, I beg to move the Head 93 stand part.
The question is that Head 93 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 94, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment, in the amount of $157,673,463.
Mr. Chairman, you recall part of the reason why we have had such a good execution of capital works we've had under this particular head, sir. These resources were transferred to the Barbados Tourism, Inc. in relation to the construction costs at the enslaved burial ground at Newton, sir, the Botanical Gardens project, the Performing Arts Center also at Newton, sir, the Geriatric Hospital, as well as insurance for the Sam Lord's property, as well as resources for the National Stadium. And with that, sir, I beg to move that Head 94 stand part.
The question is that Head 94 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 95, Ministry of Educational Transformation, in the amount of $277,522.
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education established the Public Service Digital Academy. You would have heard in the budget we indicated that there were a number of areas that were lacking digital skills, and these resources to jumpstart that particular has already been established, but that was to kickstart the particular effort. Yeah. Well, they've done it. Yeah. So with that, sir, I beg to move the Head 95 stand part.
The question is that Head 95 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
So just correcting I had said the Ministry of Educational Transformation. It should really have been Training and Tertiary Education.
Yes, noted.
And Head 96, Ministry of Educational Transformation, in the amount of $4,137,003.
Mr. Chairman, under Ministry of Educational Transformation, resources to cover professional services in relation to the relocation of the Greater City Secondary School. We also had, sir, the Summer Learning Institute program, which was focused on expanding literacy, as well as communications around that, sir, as well as resources, sir, to ensure that the Oceania Innovation Hub got off the ground as it should, sir, given the focus on that becoming a climate school. And lastly, sir, and I'm not sure if that's by coincidence or not, sir, but that these resources allocated here is for the elevator, sir, at Commonwealth. So with that, sir, I beg to move that Head 96 stand part.
The question is that Head 96 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report the passing of 2 money resolutions in committee, to His Honor the Speaker, in committee.
The question is that I do now report the passing of 2 money resolutions in committee to his honorable speaker. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committee has reported the passing of 2 money resolutions in committee. Honourable member Christchurch East Central.
First time, right? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that these 2 resolutions be passed read the first time.
The question is that the 2 resolutions be read a first time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolutions 1 and 2 be read a second time.
The question is that resolution 1 and 2 be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolutions 1 and 2 be agreed to.
The question is that resolution 1 and 2 be agreed to. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Resolutions 1 and 2 stands passed. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I have the pleasure now of adjourning this session. It has been a grueling 3 weeks, very brutal, as the Prime Minister has said. Prior to that, we had a very intense campaign. However, we have, I believe, had a very productive session over the last couple of weeks. And I believe all of us are ready to hit our ministries respectively to be able to start the work of the people of this country who sent us here. With that though, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the clerks at the head table. I would like to express our gratitude to all of the staff of Parliament. I would also like to express gratitude on behalf of all of my colleagues to all of the officers in the respective ministries who made these few weeks possible in helping us to do the necessary preparations. Also our catering staff, our security, and of course you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to extend thanks to you as well for your patience with members, particularly when they've not been on time. And I hope that that will not be how we proceed for the other sessions of Parliament. And I would also particularly like to thank all honourable colleagues as well for basically rising to the challenge. Many of us have had new ministries, been thrust into new responsibilities, but I believe we have all equipped ourselves with the relevant information to be able to articulate not only the policies but the agenda of the government. And of course, a special thank you to the Honourable Prime Minister, a member for St. Michael North East, again, for her leadership and stewardship, being able to work with her entire finance team, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, to be able to see us through a very difficult time, and we look forward to being able to plot the course that has certainly been charted by these individuals to be able to shape Barbados' destiny. So again, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House now be adjourned until the 31st of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until the 31st of March 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until the 31st of March 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.